Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from a hidden mortuary discussing the 2009 supernatural horror film, The Haunting in Connecticut. This film was directed by Peter Cornwell from a screenplay by Adam Simon and Tim Metcalf. Drawing inspiration from an allegedly true story, The Haunting in Connecticut combines supernatural scares with emotional family drama to craft a memorable slice of 2000s horror. With an interesting premise, an impressive cast, and notable frights and set pieces, this film would defy its poor critical reception to achieve box office success, spawn an indirect sequel, and remain a favorite for many horror fans 15 years later. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Callista Vasquez, Itzy M, Maya Noches, Blaine Hancock, Ambular Belladonna, and Carrie A. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, The Haunting in Connecticut. What were your first impressions on the film?
I didn't watch this in theaters. I do remember watching it on DVD. I remember really enjoying this movie when I first seen it. I was like, oh my God, this is crazy shit and whatever. And then I don't think that I watched it for a very long time until after, a while.
Mm-hmm.
Then I know I watched it. I can't remember for whatever reason, if we watched it together with the kids or what. But I know I watched it or we seen it for some reason. And then that was it. And then I haven't watched it since then. Watching it for the show, I do still enjoy this movie. I think it almost does kind of rely on just watching it in its entirety instead of breaking it up. It's not as great as I remember, but I mean, it's still a really good movie.
I was also trying to remember the first time I saw this. I know I saw it with you, T.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we saw it in the theater.
I couldn't remember. I was trying to think if it was or if it was just on Netflix back when they would mail it.
I feel like it was probably on Netflix. I think that we watched it at home. I think you're right. But I remember liking it a lot. Some of the visuals, I was like, oh shit, off the bat, if you've seen the movie, one of them. that you're just like, what the hell am I even looking at?
Yeah.
And I always remembered it being really, really good. And like you said, John Paul, I still do like it. I think that watching it now and kind of trying to see the story as it's being told, I feel like there are things that we don't fully explore. There are characters that really are only around, it feels like, to serve a purpose. Like, the characters aren't fully fleshed out. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
There are problems, but I think that overall it is still an enjoyable watch. It's still fun. I'll be honest, I didn't know that this was a real based on a true story and not like a Texas Chainsaw based on a true story, because wow. And I know that you did a lot of research on that, D.
No, I'm with you. I'll be honest too, 100%. I didn't realize that at all either. I thought it was one of those, they say it, but it's not. You know what I
well,
mean?
because it makes it scarier.
Right.
I did, as you said, I did do a lot of research. I will say that there is one word in that based on a true story that is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Okay.
Based on what I've read, but we'll get to that a little bit more later.
Right. But no, yeah, I still think that it's a good time. Kyle Gallner has been bringing it since day one.
Yes.
But there are other actors that like I've seen do better than they do, or more like engrossing, more convincing. I don't know if it's down to direction, but there's a couple moments where I'm like, that was an odd reaction. You know, but like I said, overall, I think it's a fun time. When you pull too many threads, it's very difficult for things to hold up, especially the age that I saw it. I had to be a teenager, probably 19, maybe 20. I don't know.
Yes.
But regardless, it didn't hold up as well as I hoped it would, but I did still have a good time.
Yeah.
For me, it was one that I know that we did watch. It just never stuck to my bones like other films we watched in that era.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I was 18, so it was very young me, and I could see myself really being affected by some of the visuals in it.
Yeah.
And those were the things that probably did stick to me the most. But watching it now, there are those aspects that I do appreciate and enjoy. I like them delving into a bit of the occult stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff that was added for the film and was not a part of the allegedly true story at all.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. But I think that for me, I just found it to be, I want to like it more than I do.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it kind of ends up being a little underwhelming the way that the story unfolds. And the characters are okay. Like you said, they're really just underwritten.
Yeah.
And they're kind of just there to, like, each person serves a purpose.
Yeah.
And the purpose they serve are kind of, like, at some times, like, stereotypical of how you would react in that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I understand. For me, it makes the movie feel longer than it needs to.
Yes.
And that's the problem, because I completely understand how you feel, because I came and told your sister that like not much longer after finishing it. And I was like, I don't know if it feels like it's too long, or I was like, something's off. It's just a little off.
Especially with them being based off of real people, you would think that there would be a little more depth.
You would think so.
All right.
But I think it's also hand in hand with what you said about the performances, because there are actors in this film that I fucking love.
Yeah.
And like you said, there are films that we've seen them in that it is like, holy shit. But here there is just like this disconnect.
It's like flat.
Yeah. It's like they never fully connect emotionally to the material.
Yeah.
Right.
Or maybe it's just a matter of the direction.
Yeah.
This is the director's first feature film.
Okay.
And there is this one montage that should be pulling so hard at your heartstrings, but the way that it unfolds, I felt like an asshole because I was actually kind of chuckling at it.
there's one moment that's kind of, but I agree, because I was like, I'm watching that montage specifically. I was like, this is sad. Like, I know that it's sad, but I'm a crybaby. I should be crying right now. You know?
I felt like when Bart sold his soul.
Yeah.
Like, I know this is sad. I don't know what's going on with me.
I'm just not crying.
And one thing that I do have to call out is I found imagery to be effective, but the scares to be fucking repetitive.
Yeah.
I wanted more from the setups of the scares. Like, I mean, you can say a lot about James Wan.
Right.
And the way that he crafts his scares and how there's just, I don't know, there's something there. It is more than just a jump scare.
Right.
But I felt a lot of the times here, it was just like jump scare, jump scare, jump scare.
Yeah.
And there are effective ways to do jump scares. Just the phrase jump scare doesn't automatically mean bad.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it was kind of just ill-conceived, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just kind of wanted more, but maybe that's on me to have expected more.
Fair enough.
But I did want to talk a little bit about the production of this film.
Okay.
I got a decent amount of information from the production notes, an interview with Any Camera Will Do, an interview with Set in Horror, and an interview with Damned, Connecticut. But this story of this film actually begins in the year 2000, when producer Daniel Farrens watched a documentary on the Discovery Channel called A Haunting in Connecticut.
Oh. So it's like you can copy my homework, but change it up just a little bit.
Just enough. They made it more definitive.
Got it.
But from what Farrens had said, he had always been fascinated by stories of hauntings, having made a couple of documentaries himself on the Amityville Horror that I think broadcast on the History Channel.
Okay.
But he had been desperate to find a story on the level of the Amityville Horror, but with a twist. And he felt that he found it here with A Haunting in Connecticut.
Okay.
It's interesting as well because I don't think I've ever heard of a film that kind of got its basis from dramatized reenactments from the Discovery Channel.
Yeah. Is that kind of like that one season of American Horror Story?
That's probably where they got the idea. Like it worked for The Haunting in Connecticut.
That's crazy because they're stretching those stories as is.
Yeah.
So, like,
a little
you're
better.
using a story to make your story?
That's exactly right. But after finding this documentary, he took it to other producers, Andrew Trapani and Steve Whitney, who all immediately realized the potential of the story being turned into a feature. So this is when they began the process of tracking down the mother of the Snedeker family, who was the person that was interviewed the most in that Haunting in Connecticut documentary.
Okay.
But the interesting thing about it is they said it was really difficult to find her because after the story had initially reached the mainstream in the late 80s and early 90s, she and her family kind of retreated from publicity. And if you watch the documentary, the Snedekers are actually referred to as the Parker family. And they are all interviewed. Whoever is interviewed from the family is either done in voiceover or in silhouette.
Oh.
So it was really difficult to track them down.
Huh.
But after they did track her down, they contacted her, they interviewed her, got all of her details of her memory of the story, and gave her all of these reassurances that they weren't going to make her family look ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so after they were able to reach this kind of an agreement, the producers optioned the rights to this story directly from the mother and her family, and they took it to Paul Brooks, who was the president of Gold Circle Films, who saw the same potential in the story. So they then brought in screenwriters Adam Simon and Tim Metcalf, who in an interview said that they had always had a lifelong interest in the occult and the spiritualist movement.
Okay.
And all of these ideas become kind of interwoven into the allegedly real-life events to flesh it out and to supply the haunting with more of a proper backstory. So a lot of the things that we do see in this film, the things that are what stick into our mind, are more often than not things brought in from the screenwriters and not from the allegedly true story.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But the story itself, the core of it, is very accurate to that allegedly true story. But there are those exceptions, like I said, for dramatic license, those things are added. And very strangely, there is the omission of a very famous couple who actually got involved in this story in real life.
Yeah.
Ed and Lorraine Warren.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got involved very heavily in this in the late 80s and early 90s.
See, I didn't even know that.
I didn't either.
It's interesting. I read in NBC Connecticut that Lorraine Warren was none too pleased with the film and the fact that their contributions to the case weren't included at all. I'll talk a little bit more later about some of the differences from the film and what allegedly happened. And I'll also talk about what the writer of the book about this case, who was hired by the Warrens, had to say.
Oh.
And it was yikes.
Sounds like some tea.
Yeah. And honestly, it is interesting to me that she had these complaints about the story because, again, the rights were bought from the family.
Mm-hmm.
That could possibly be an issue as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Not from the case files.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, at the end of a documentary I watched, Lorraine Warren said that the case files from the Snedeker family haunting were washed away in a flood. And there's no evidence of any of that.
All right.
That's crazy.
So that's just something to think about.
Put that in your back pocket.
But the screenplay of the film actually took 2 years to complete.
Damn.
Which surprised me.
Yeah.
But after it was, the film obviously needed a director. So the producers tapped Peter Cornwell, who had made a bit of a splash with an animated short that he had made called Ward 13, which actually brought him from Australia to the US and facilitated a lot of important connections in the entertainment industry.
Okay.
This short, Ward 13, was actually shortlisted for an Academy Award, I read.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
But it was after a chance meeting with Paul Brooks, the producer, and one of Cornwell's projects falling through with Warner Brothers that he was hired to helm this film.
Okay.
So he had said in an interview that he had watched and borrowed from a lot of classic horror films and haunted house movies, but that the most important thing to him was to remain faithful to the stories told by the Snedeker family. I think that from my viewing of the documentary and the film, it's really interesting that there are even a lot of shots that directly recall the dramatizations from that episode.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But I was kind of surprised to learn that this was not only his first feature film, as I had said, but it was his first live action film as well.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Because that short was animated.
Right,
yeah.
right.
But I think that it kind of shows in some ways, because I feel like there is a lot of leaning on tropes.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is a lot of Amityville in this movie.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot. And it's funny that the Warrens were also involved in that horseshit.
Yeah. But that's why they weren't in the movie.
Right.
Yeah, that's why they weren't
Like,
there.
no.
Yeah.
That was also lost in the flood.
Yeah.
But the film, upon its release, was not well received by critics.
Mm-hmm.
But it did make almost 8 times its budget at the box office.
Damn.
And very interestingly, it was only 4 years later that The Conjuring came out, which feels very weird.
Yeah, not at all.
But Gold Circle Films, who produced this, were actually initially going to produce The Conjuring, but a deal fell through with them, and so they didn't.
Huh.
But The Haunting in Connecticut would go on to spawn a sequel, as I said, the very confusingly titled The Haunting in Connecticut 2 Ghosts of Georgia.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, why?
Why don't you just call it The Haunting in Georgia? Build a brand? I don't know, but they thought differently. But the film is celebrating its 50th anniversary now, which is
yeah.
something to celebrate.
Right.
Now, before we haunt this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's start the seance. So the film begins with a delicately somber waltz on piano, and we get the opening credits in white text against a black background. And yes, for some reason, the font of the credits is papyrus. I was like, this fucking Avatar? What is going on? What a wild choice for a horror film. They're like, it's either this or Comic Sans.
Papyrus, I guess.
But we're soon treated to sepia-toned photographs of uncredited families in a bygone era, staring stern-faced toward the camera after patiently awaiting a long-delayed snap. The camera pulls back from the first photo. A tableau of a family of 4, a possibly married couple, stood behind an elderly woman and a middle-aged man, before fading to a second photograph of two young girls clad in identical dresses, their faces serene under their formal hats and framed by their long hair. Intercut are shots of medical forceps and rain leaking through the roof of a structure. We quickly cut to a third photograph of three well-dressed children, two teenage girls gazing to the left at an unseen object while their younger brother stares directly down lens. But when we return to the first photograph and the camera continues to pull back, we see the family of four are gathered in front of a deceased elderly man who lies on a bed in front of them. The shot flickers, interspersed with a vision of murky liquid pooling on a cold metal slab before returning to the second photograph of the two sisters, only to discover that next to them, and next to a bouquet and a basket on a table, lies a forever resting infant in a small woven coffin. The piano begins to warp as an eerie hum accompanies the once tranquil tones, and we return to the third photograph, witnessing the full picture now. The three siblings gathered next to their father, the two girls at the center peering at their dearly departed mother, who lies supine in a wicker casket, a decorative wreath of flowers floating vibrantly above her head. As we view these unfortunate families in their post-mortem photographs, interposed are scenes of a mortician hard at work, preparing the recently deceased for their process of embalming. As the score grows sinister, we see an elderly couple dressed all in black lying breathlessly together in bed, followed by the sight of a small casket of a child covered in flowers. As blood drains from a cadaver on the mortician's table, formaldehyde and other fluids filling the vacancy, the morbid photographs continue like a montage, each flickering flash punctuated by a pulsing sound in the score. Two parents sat in chairs, clutching their two lifeless children in their arms as they stare down lens. A jittery shot of the small face of a child inside of a coffin. And finally, a young man sat on the couch with his arm around his deceased twin brother, who rests peacefully against his brother's shoulder. A murky liquid collects on the mortician's floor as the music reaches a crescendo, and we cut to black, the title appearing in gold through the darkness before fading away. The Haunting in Connecticut, based on the true story.
So this got dark very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a pretty intense opening, and again, based on a true story, always elicits fuck. It's like, oh God.
I feel like it always has the opposite effect on me, but it might just be because I'm too skeptical.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but these old photos, these are things that did happen.
Yeah.
So seeing this and then seeing that, it was like, okay, what are we getting into?
I also read in a lot of different sources, some were saying that all of these photos were fabricated for the production. Some were saying that some of them were, but some were actually real photographs of the era.
Wow.
I do know that the two writers had discovered a ton of these photographs and showed them to the director in pre-production.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if any of them actually ended up in the film.
Yeah.
Wow.
But either way, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
But I do want to double back a little bit and talk about the based on the true story.
Okay.
Because I talked about the documentaries that I watched, but I also read a couple of articles in the Damned Connecticut publication that kind of showed both sides a little bit.
All right.
So according to Daniel Ferens, the producer that I mentioned earlier, whenever he was asked about the whole story, he talked about how whenever he interviewed the mother of the Snedeker family for the film, her stories never changed. He said that she was incredibly genuine, and though he didn't feel qualified to comment on the veracity of the story, he said that he didn't feel that there were any embellishments or exaggerations on behalf of the family at all.
Huh.
Ray Garton, however, who was the horror author hired by the Warrens to write the nonfiction book about the case in 1992, had a different story.
Okay.
He had honestly some very troubling things to say about the Snedeker family, about the case itself, and about the Warrens in particular.
Oh.
He said every interview that he did with the Snedekers, they could never keep their stories straight. And he said that he took this problem to Ed Warren because he's trying to write a book.
Mm-hmm.
And Ed Warren told him...
I'm already...
Ed Warren allegedly told him that the Snedekers, like everyone who comes to them, are crazy. And he said, and I quote, allegedly, Just use what you can and make up the rest. Make it up and make it scary. You're a horror writer, right?
Huh.
So
you're telling me he wasn't playing his guitar and singing about falling in love?
no, there was no.
God damn it!
The king did not make an appearance.
The
Joker did.
I was gonna ask if maybe the writer was friends with the Warrens, but it seems like even he was like, "What?"
Yeah, that's wild.
What's kind of strange is you would think that.
Yeah.
And I heard about it. He basically said that he was a big fan of all the cases that the Warrens had written about ever since he was a child.
Okay.
And so whenever he was asked to write the novelization of this nonfiction story, he was excited. And interestingly, in a documentary that I watched, Lorraine Warren was like, I don't know how we even came into contact with him, but she said that everything he said was bullshit.
Of course.
Like, just tore him apart, basically. But there were also accounts from the owner of the house who rented to the Snedeker family, and he had mentioned the fact that whenever he was about to begin and did begin eviction proceedings on the Snedeker family is when these ghost stories started to become a thing.
Okay.
And also the neighbors in the area doubted their story a lot, and we'll talk a little bit more about some specifics of that a little bit later.
Yeah.
In summation, the real-life family of this case has been called everything from naive to nefarious, basically. And it seems that there's a lot more to the story than meets the eye. Whether you take that as something otherworldly or something orchestrated, that's up to you.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild, the stuff that I read, and the stuff that does not make it into the film that is allegedly part of the real story. I know what side I land on.
Right.
But it's some wild stuff, folks.
That quote is just upsetting to hear. Honestly.
Yeah.
And the thing is that whenever we did The Conjuring on episode 10,
Oh my God.
I found that quote.
Right.
But I didn't know which case that it was tied to. And then when I'm researching The Haunting in Connecticut, I found out that it is this one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Patrick Wilson would never.
No.
He's a saint. But when we fade back in, an uncredited camera assistant holds a clapperboard in front of the camera, noting B mark as they roll tape on The Haunting in Connecticut, Scene 2A, Take 1. I did want to make mention on this clapperboard, the director and director of photography listed are the actual director and director of photography for the film.
That's cool.
I thought it was pretty neat.
Yeah.
And I thought it was cool that they were kind of beginning this film with this conceit of almost like the frame story of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely did not remember that.
No,
And
not
I think
at all.
I don't remember it because they don't utilize it at all.
That's the problem. If you liked it, I am sorry. But I thought it would be cool to kind of have, and we get to, who's in front of the camera and everything, but to have her narrate
Yeah.
or kind of tell the story as if it's part real.
Yeah.
Like she is doing what they did for the show.
Right.
Like on The Fourth Kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But after the assistant marks the take and vacates the shot, backlit by sunlight through the white drapes behind her, sits Sarah Campbell, played by Virginia Madsen.
Candyman. Do we
Yeah.
have anything to say anymore?
Just amazing. I honestly, the casting is what I remembered most from this film after the fact.
Yeah.
You want to hear something wild?
What's that?
I barely remembered the cast.
Really?
Yeah. I remembered things that happened, but I couldn't remember who was who. So watching it as I started seeing, I was like, hey, I know that person. Hey, I know that person. Hey, I know. But yeah, I completely forgot who was in this movie.
I remembered her.
Uh-huh.
And then thinking back, I was like, is that fucking Kyle Gallner? But I was reading the production notes. Virginia Madsen said that she had been looking for another horror movie to do for about 3 years.
Wow.
And that she had read over 25 screenplays and just nothing spoke to her.
Damn.
She said that when she read this one, she was immediately invested. She loved the character and she was hesitant to work with the first-time director.
Mm-hmm.
But she said once she met him, they hit it off. They were like two kids that loved horror movies. They were like really good friends, and everybody on set said that she was like the mom on set. Like it seems like they had a good time.
Well, she seems really cool.
Yeah.
And I got to read this screenplay because everything I read, like, there's a lot of love for it.
Right.
Cornwell had talked about having something like 52 different meetings with Hollywood producers, but when this screenplay came to him, he's like, yeah.
Huh.
So I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
I would, definitely love to read it because she said over 25.
Okay.
And that this one immediately, she was like, yes.
25. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And just as we get into the movie, well, this one.
You're like, were you tired?
Yeah.
But Sarah nervously adjusts her pale blue button-up shirt and lets out a deep sigh as off-screen the director calls action and we dip to black. As we cut back in, the camera pans across the blurred room where Sarah sits, finding her as a silhouette in a monitor as an off-screen interviewer asks her, "Why do you think this happened to you?" We pan past the cables plugged into the monitor to see Sarah clearly, resting underneath a boom microphone, as she wonders if her interviewer is really asking why bad things happen to good people. She notes that the real question is, why us? And acknowledges that this is all everybody really wants to know. On a nearby coffee table, a stack of tabloid newspapers lies scattered with titles like The Real Hell House, Reign of Terror, and Nightmare in Connecticut, as Sarah explains that she moved into the house because it's what her family desperately needed at the time.
I didn't see the Abaddon anywhere here.
No, you can't just use names like that.
Show some respect.
Yeah, come on.
They were an LLC.
Yeah.
They're going to sue somebody. But the camera rises to meet Sarah as she assures the interviewer that she and her family didn't ask for this, nor did they deserve it. The score pulses eerily as Sarah admits that she has no idea why this happened to them. They were just a regular family, like anybody else. But in a long shot across a golden field of grass and underneath a bright blue sky, a station wagon heads west across an empty road, and we get on-screen text reading, June 19th, 1987.
So something amazing is going to happen in 2 years and 1 day.
The second I saw it, I was like, May's not going to let this go.
She's going to be insufferable. No, I didn't even remember this taking place in the 80s.
No. And in all fairness, that's something that's very odd about this film to me is that there are no cultural touchstones.
No.
Yeah.
There is nothing about this film that even makes it appear that it's set at all in the 80s.
No.
Yeah. Anytime, really.
No, it honestly could.
It could be whenever.
Because the real story, I think, did take place in the late 80s.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I guess the station wagon? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure there's still some out there.
Yeah. Like, make her listen to Cyndi Lauper or something.
Yeah.
Even the fashion.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking about it.
That's exactly what I was thinking was the fashion. Like, I know that you can go too far and it can make it look like the cast is like dressed for an 80s party. But like there are very identifiable and distinct, you know what I mean? Like
hairstyles.
Yeah.
A lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah, because I never once, I'll be honest, thought, oh, this is the 80s.
No.
At all.
This film is set in 2009.
Yeah.
But in a voiceover, Sarah continues that the doctors didn't believe that her son would survive, adding that anyone who's ever had a sick child would understand the feeling when you're losing your grasp on them, and that something is pulling them from the other side, which she says is really what was happening in that house. But we rotate on the surrounding country road before settling in on Sarah, who sits behind the wheel of the car, the white beads of a rosary hanging from the rearview mirror as she prays to God to not let her son suffer. She begs for his treatments to work, and she promises that she'll never. But Matt Campbell, her teenage son, played by Kyle Gallner, lies weakly in the back seat with his eyes closed and his head resting against the window. He interrupts her, reminding her that talking to yourself is the first sign of losing it. She corrects him that she wasn't talking to herself, she was talking to God. But Matt adds that threatening the creator of the universe is actually the second sign of losing it.
I remembered him from Jennifer's Body.
Yes.
Yeah. watching this for the show, I was like, this is like the third film of his that I've watched in the past like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Strange Darling.
Yeah.
Smile too.
Oh, that's right.
It's pretty great. Yeah. But when he speaks up about her talking to herself when she was praying, I thought this was going to be some kind of like debate, or I don't want to say like back and forth in a negative way, but like something between the two of them where he is non-religious and she is religious because she's praying and he's like talking to yourself, blah, blah, blah. So because we see the thing hanging from the windshield, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, or the rear view mirror, whatever. So I'm like, this.
Well, it's on the windshield.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a theme. Her religiousness or religion as a whole is a theme in this film. And I thought, that kind of being his first line, that was going to be a dynamic between the two of them, but it's not.
Yeah.
It honestly is kind of strange because they set them up for so many opportunities for this debate to be had.
Yeah.
Even people that Matt interacts with later on in the film that could be a little more contentious or
Yes.
something.
Yeah.
Never.
And
Nope.
the character you're referring to, I was like, oh, that could have been some development or even like an interesting interplay between the two of them.
A push.
Yeah.
Something. But yeah, it's just, I feel like it could have been used and it is just not.
You saying that it is occurring to me that it does happen a few times in the movie. And really it is hitting me, and I'm like, you're right. 'Cause
Yeah.
nothing comes of it.
It like feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Especially considering that character later.
Yeah. But dispersing a small smirk, Sarah assures her son that she wasn't threatening God. She was merely letting him know how important Matt is to her. A wave of nausea suddenly overtakes Matt, and he urges his mother to pull the car over, which Sarah initially assumes to be mere snark, but when she realizes that her son is serious, she does as told. I guess she thought, I love you very much, and he's like, "Huh?"
Yeah.
So
I was like, why would he be joking?
I don't know, especially considering what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
But as cars pass Sarah's parked vehicle on the side of the road, Matt stands at a distance. He waves his mother away and promises her that he's fine, but that he doesn't want her to see him get sick. But Sarah watches through the window of the car as Matt vomits, hanging his head as he attempts to collect himself. But we cut to a suburban neighborhood, birds scattering from the trees over houses and manicured lawns, before we're taken inside of the Campbell family home, where Sarah stands at the stove in her kitchen preparing breakfast. Mary, Sarah's young niece, played by Sophie Knight, antagonizes Billy Campbell, Sarah's younger son, to chase her, calling him a wienerhead.
Harsh words.
Yeah. This film is rated R. No, it's not. I'm just kidding.
But immediately seeing them, I was like, oh, a couple of superfluous children.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's so odd because in the real life story, there were, I think, 3 children, and they were all children of the Campbell, or quote unquote Campbell parents.
Really?
Yeah. And then there was the older niece that we're about to meet. So it was just an odd switch.
Huh.
That is strange.
But Billy seems unenthused for the chase, passing his mother in the kitchen in a casual pace on his way into the dining room, bidding her a good morning before sitting down at the table next to his younger cousin. Sarah continues her preparations as Peter Campbell, her husband, played by Martin Donovan, walks into the kitchen, greeting her as he snags a mug from a cabinet to pour himself a cup of coffee. Pete Campbell really is what we got.
I know. A thing like that.
That name I remember.
Yeah.
Martin Donovan. So he looked familiar, and I do remember where I seen him from. He was in Silent Hill Revelations in 2012.
Really?
He was also in The Great Gatsby in 2000, Insomnia in 2002, and a movie called Tent in 2020.
Wow.
Oh. Immediately when I saw him, I was like, I don't like him. Like, I just got bad vibes. And then I was like, why am I feeling like so negatively toward him? It's weeds.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
It is weird.
I was like, oh, I hated him so much. Just seeing his...
I completely forgot.
Is he on the show?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's working from a detriment.
Yeah, he's got to earn his way back. But this first meeting with this couple, Did it feel very strained to y'all? Like, did it feel like, I don't know, it was like bad vibes?
Yeah.
I think what's odd is you would think those vibes are coming from the difficult situation they're
Yes.
in.
Yeah.
But it almost feels like it's like we're headed towards divorce.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
exactly what it felt like. We're on the rocks. It's very strained. And then as it goes on in some scenes, it's like, oh, no, they're not. And then in the next scene, it's like, oh, yes, they are. It's just,
Yeah.
their relationship is so odd because we really don't spend any time exploring them as a couple, them
Right.
as people.
No.
It just left me confused a few times.
No, and that is something throughout the movie that again, I know it sounds like all of us did not like it, but it does happen, and it is weird, and it makes certain areas of the movie feel strange because of the interactions that we get with them.
Because I feel like, yeah, this is a horror movie and we're going to get to the freaky shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the emotional impact that they're striving for, you really got to build on this familial dynamic and who they are as people, who they are as a family. And I think we spent no time doing that.
But as the dark and delicious liquid fills his mug.
Were you in the mood for some
I was
coffee?
really, I think I stopped to make a cup after that. It's like lucky bastard. Peter asks Sarah what time she got in last night as he didn't hear her come home. Sarah solemnly answers that she got home around 4 a.m., eliciting a Jesus from Peter. He fails to see how it took Sarah 8 hours to make the trip, and Sarah, clutching a spatula to flip the pancakes on the griddle, sternly asks Peter if he'd really like to know how many times she pulled over so Matt could vomit.
It's that.
Yeah.
Like, I understand. I don't know. The whole interaction, it's like, oh, y'all don't even like each other. Like, that's what it felt like.
It did feel, I think that's what made it feel strained was that.
Yeah, and that's a stupid fucking question, Peter.
Yeah.
is.
It's like, do you think they were at the club? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, obviously, I don't know. But to kind of piggyback on us saying that this does not feel like it's set in the 80s at all, I was like, why didn't he just text her?
Dude, no
Right.
shit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's like, unless she had Zach Morris's phone, I don't think
This isn't going to work out.
it's not going to work. And also, those pancakes looked really cold.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah.
sitting under those lights for a while. But Peter just whispers, God, into his mug before taking a sip, asking how Matt is now, and learning that he's all right and still asleep in bed. Peter then offers to take care of breakfast for his family so Sarah can get some sleep, but Sarah politely declines, noting that she's getting help from someone called Wendy, and that she actually feels a bit wired from the drive.
She's already made 800 cold pancakes. What are you what are you doing for breakfast?
He's
What are
like,
you talking about?
And I helped.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't do shit.
You
Take
poured
that last one off.
Yeah,
you poured yourself a cup of coffee.
that's part of my breakfast.
Now my drink's out of the way.
You're welcome. But almost on cue, Wendy, Sarah's 20-something niece, played by Amanda Crew, enters the kitchen, bidding her aunt a good morning as she snags plates of bacon and pancakes to bring to the dining table. Sarah apologizes for the chaos, but Wendy notes that it's better than what goes on at her house.
Amanda Crew. So I remember her from Final Destination 3.
Yes.
Yes.
She also, that was 06. She also did John Tucker Must Die in 06, Jobs in 2013, and Freaks in 2018.
Oh.
I've never watched it, but I heard that she was a regular on that show Silicon Valley.
Oh.
Okay.
But I don't know anything
Yeah,
about it.
me either.
Me neither.
But as Wendy exits the kitchen and heads into the dining room, Peter returns to the kitchen, sharing his worries with Sarah that one night she just might drive right off the road from her exhaustion. Sarah reaches for the carafe of coffee, wishing that they could just move closer to where Matt gets his treatment. Peter expresses his doubts that they could pay rent and a mortgage, and considering they've taken in Wendy and Mary too. But Sarah attempts to sweeten the deal, asserting that Wendy is like a built-in babysitter and Mary's a little angel. Peter agrees with this assessment, but he reminds Sarah that every penny they have is sunken into their business. Which I don't know is true.
Yeah.
What business?
Thank you.
But we needed it for some reason. It's always sunk into the house.
It's something.
Or sunk into something.
I was gonna ask what business do they have?
I don't know, because it's like he's getting jobs as a contractor.
Right.
Maybe that's their business.
I don't know. It's not. You've not explained it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Peter adds that they didn't plan on, but Sarah interrupts, turning away from her husband, interjecting that nobody plans on having a child with cancer. With tragically imperfect timing, Matt stands in the doorway to the kitchen with Wendy, his mother's words stinging him sharply as Peter tells his wife that she knows that's not what he meant. Sarah acknowledges this as Peter turns to make eye contact with his son, who slinks away somberly past his cousin before his mother even realizes he was there.
I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that timing was terrible.
Very bad.
And it never, you're setting up a lot of possibilities for some very emotional scenes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There should be a point coming up where she explains their plans to her son and apologizes for saying that or him having heard it.
Yeah.
But fucking Peter is kind of an asshole to never say, Matt heard that, right?
Yeah.
It never happens.
Well, because you
Yeah.
gotta talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to address that.
And this film never does.
No.
No, not at all.
But Peter mulls over the possibility of moving for just a moment before joining his wife at the kitchen sink. And as strings sing serenely in the score, he tells his wife that she's right and they should do it. We suddenly hover above a bustling multi-lane highway, diverging lanes twisting over and around each other and surrounded by greenery, as Peter solidifies their plan in a voiceover. Let's get a rental house in Connecticut near the hospital. Gliding over a suburban neighborhood, streets lined with closely constructed houses, Sarah asks Peter what he's going to do and how they'll afford it, and Peter offers that he can come up on the weekends and get a second mortgage on their second mortgage.
As a millennial with only the vaguest concept of homeownership, is that a thing?
I think you can, but I think that puts your ass very, very in debt.
Yeah.
I hardly understand the first mortgage. So him saying this, it was like, yeah.
It just doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've helped before, when I stayed with my mom and all that, and listened to her talk about it, and then, you know what I mean? I've looked a little bit into it myself, before trying to look for a home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I just know that if you keep doing that, the bank will own your home.
They'll break your legs or
Yeah,
something.
Or pay you a visit.
Yeah.
But we then find Sarah sitting in her car encircling listings in a newspaper as her voice asks her husband in their kitchen if they're going to make it through this, and he assures her with one word: definitely. So that was a voiceover within a voiceover. So I feel like it's moments like this that it's like, why can't we just have present day Sarah telling the story?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially since we established that at the beginning.
Yeah. Because if she's saying it, they could even just be low talking or mumbling in the back.
Exactly.
We don't need to hear what they're saying. We're getting it from her point of view.
Yeah. But we cut to the exterior of St. Michael's Hospital. On-screen text reading, Goatswood, Connecticut, June 27th, 1987. So you didn't do the math for that one, huh? You were trying.
Scrambling. Yeah. 2 years minus 1 week.
Well played. Inside, in a corridor, Matt is wheeled down an adjacent hall by an uncredited orderly, sweetly parting company with his mother. Sarah continues down the corridor with Dr. Brooks, played by D.W. Brown, who warns that through his treatment, Matt's skin will most likely get blistered like a bad sunburn. After Sarah shares that Matt threw up twice today, Brooks explains that the cells inside of Matt's body are dying and being reborn, adding that they're currently waging war and that the battle has just begun. But in an examination room, An uncredited nurse inserts a needle into a vein in Matt's arm, and this is intercut with shots of Sarah driving through nearby neighborhoods in search of a proper home to rent. She sits frustrated behind the wheel, crossing prospective homes off of her list, as Matt is fitted for his radiotherapy mask, and her conversation with Dr. Brooks continues in voiceover. Sarah admits that this is what she's most afraid of, but Brooks reminds her that Matt is qualified for the study, which is good, and that she did the right thing by bringing her son to this hospital. Sarah agrees, and we watch as red laser lights trace over Matt as the bed he's resting on is guided into the opening of an MRI machine. But as Matt is carried deeper into the machine and somber strings rise in the score, we match cut to Sarah's car slowly driving past a cemetery as she gazes out of her window towards the headstones that dot the dirt. That's some great work, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the fluidity of the shots and obviously the symbolism here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Sarah pulls up in front of the next house on her list, where she finds Mr. Sinclair, played by John B. Lowe, hammering a sign out front for Hightower Realty. She parks and steps out of the vehicle, leaning on the roof as she asks Sinclair, as not to waste his time, what the asking price is. Sinclair, who stands in front of towering trees that decorate the front lawn of the house, offers to give Sarah the first month free if he doesn't have to finish hammering this sign.
Can I get that in writing right now?
Yeah.
Because we're not going inside and then you're saying you're fucking joking or something.
Yeah, and you've already made a big hole. You need to fill that in.
I'm not dealing with that.
The dirt's on you.
But her even pulling up to this house, I was like, this is the fucking biggest,
Yeah.
like, sprawling house.
Yeah.
But the camera presses in on the suburban home through the bushes, its beige exterior and white columned porch contrasting against its dark shingled roof, the entire 3-story structure framed by varying shades of greenery and foliage. It is a gorgeous fucking house, as you've said.
Yeah.
We get quick shots of its interior, the railing of the staircase and the frames of the doors, a dark varnished wood, and a large opaque window at the end of the hall on the second floor. Sinclair's voice echoes off of the pale green walls as his key unlocks the front door, and he assures Sarah that all this home needs is some love and care and a good family to bring it back to life. As they walk together through the first floor, Sarah asks if Sinclair wouldn't mind children living here, and he asks her in return, where would we be without them?
I'm like, okay, what's the catch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's probably haunted as shit.
Yeah.
One.
Got it.
The camera peers down a dark stairwell into the pallidly patterned floor of the basement before cutting to the dimly lit archways of the attic, an unlit lantern hanging above discarded items, including a half-dressed mannequin torso, chests, and planks of wood. Downstairs, Sarah remarks that it's everything they need, spacious, affordable, and she wonders what the catch must be.
Mm-hmm.
As the camera climbs the inside of a shadowed and bricked-up chute, Sinclair admits that the house does have a history. And yes, I said bricked up. Calm down. I saw the faces all around the room. It's made of brick and the camera traveled upward.
Yeah.
It's like, are you going to move in here?
I'm really excited for them to move in. But not as funny. We see a silhouette dart and disappear through a doorway on on the second floor.
A little less.
But we cut to Sarah, who calls her husband on a payphone, sharing that she found a house that was almost perfect, but it just wasn't right. Somber piano plays as we watch Matt continue his treatment, lasers once again tracing over his radiotherapy mask as he's guided into a linear accelerator, and a light outside the door buzzes in red. Radiation on. That night, Sarah drives home from the hospital, and Matt sits sweating in discomfort in the back seat. She reminds Matt that the doctors said that he would have body aches, but no nausea. Groaning through the pain, Matt offers a joke. Doctor says to patient, "I've got bad news. You've got cancer, and you've got Alzheimer's." The patient says, "Woo! At least I don't have cancer."
Oh.
Rather than laugh, Sarah provides the silver lining for Matt, which is that at least with this treatment, he won't lose his hair again. Matt sarcastically admits that that's at least something before crumbling into aching whimpers. And having witnessed enough, Sarah whips a U-turn at an intersection, and we find her and Matt climbing the porch of Mr. Sinclair's home.
I was a little curious as to how far out they were already.
What, towards home?
Yeah, before she decided to turn around. Like, had we been driving?
Yeah.
Because I know he did say that it was a long drive, and even that, if Matt does get sick, we do have to stop. But if he's not, how far were we? Should we have just finished the drive, or did we just start it?
Yeah, because it's dark, right?
Yeah.
I know in the real story they said that it was, I think, 8 hours round trip.
Okay.
So they said something like 300-something miles.
Okay.
Damn.
Which is a lot, and they did it every day.
Yeah.
According to the story.
Oof.
And I have to admit, I do like this moment between them, and you have Matt attempting to remain himself through this situation.
Yeah.
And still trying to also help his mother through it in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there are some moments where they do give you that.
Yeah,
Yes.
there are a couple specifically between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
But Sinclair stands at the front door, handing Sarah the keys and offering a mattress for them to use so they can sleep on the floor. As rain hammers down around them, Sarah asks if the heat is working inside, and Sinclair promises that it's very warm in there before helping them in with their belongings. Once inside, Matt rests in the living room on one of the mattresses, lit by the glow of the television, as Sarah makes another phone call in the kitchen to Peter, explaining that with how sick Matt was, she made an executive decision to rent the house. She adds that he was in so much pain and she couldn't possibly put him through another mile. I understand Sarah's urgency in this situation to alleviate her son's pain.
Yeah.
But we do live in a world where hotels exist.
It's that. Yeah.
To rent this house?
Yeah. I was like, is he mad at her? And then I'm like, no, I'd be fucking mad at her.
Yeah, that's crazy.
An executive decision is we're not coming home tonight. We stopped at a hotel.
Exactly. This is not a choice.
No, that's kind of wild.
But the camera presses in on the television in front of Matt as he watches the 1925 silent comedy, The Freshman. But his hand reaches up through his blankets to shut off the TV set, and as soon as he does, unbeknownst to him as he rolls over with his eyes closed, the reflection of a tall silhouette is carved out of the light in his doorway, and through the glass of the television screen, the figure walks away and into the hall.
Ooh, jackpot. We got a ghost. This is the haunted room.
Yes.
This right here.
Uh-huh.
Just the room?
No, well,
We'll see.
It extends.
Yes.
And jackpot, we got a ghost, I think maybe the Ed and Lorraine Warren story.
It's real. It's real.
It's their autobiography.
But later that night, the camera creeps in through the still of the evening and onto the darkened porch outside before we return to Matt's mattress with his mother fast asleep next to him. A soft creaking noise is heard upstairs, which awakens Matt, strings in the score rising eerily around him. He climbs the steps to the second-floor bathroom to splash some cool water on his face, but when he returns downstairs and leans to get back into the mattress, a creaking noise once again disturbs him. He steps out of the bed once again, seeking the source of the sound, and finding himself standing at the doorway of the staircase leading down into the basement. As he peers down into the darkness, he spies a pale floor covered in stains. But step by step, Matt makes his way downstairs, entering a large room with various shelves and items arranged against the brick walls. But at the other end of the room, Matt finds the facade of what appears to be some kind of office, with large windows encased in wood and a closed and locked door at its center. Matt approaches his reflection in the window of the door, and as he stands there for a moment, the silence of the evening is shattered when a face appears through the glass, covered in blood and arching backward in a growl.
Mom? I was like, dude.
Someone squatting here.
Yeah. Even if you don't think that it's something supernatural,
Yeah.
still there's something very alarming happening.
Yeah. Say something.
And we'll get to that in a bit, too.
Yeah.
I will admit that part of me really hates jump scares because I'm very susceptible to them.
Same.
And part of me hates jump scares because they sometimes really do come off as kind of lazy.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more of a loud noise than a frightening image.
Yeah.
But I think in this one and this kind, there are a few that the image is striking enough to kind of stand on its own.
That's
no,
fair. Yeah.
And my question with this, when you saw this scare, was it something that he saw behind the glass or was it his reflection?
Huh.
I thought that it seemed to be his reflection, but it's something behind the glass.
Okay.
Oh, okay. See, I took it as something behind the glass.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, I mean, at any rate,
It's not good.
this is not okay.
No.
So now that we've seen every room in the house, basically, the attic, the second floor, the first floor, and the basement,
Yeah.
I did want to talk a little bit about this house that they used for this film. As it turns out, this was a real house that they found 30 minutes outside of Winnipeg.
Oh.
Wow.
And so they did use the exteriors and the interiors. The only thing that wasn't actually part of the house was the basement.
Okay.
And they built the basement on a soundstage. But something very interesting is the production designer of the film was a woman called Alicia Kiwan, who we just talked about last week because she was the production designer on Wrong Turn.
Yes.
But she built this set on a soundstage, and we'll see a little bit later how intricately decorated a certain room is, and it's more fantastic work, just like she did with that cabin
Yeah.
in Wrong Turn.
Yeah.
But I did read that she had created these 3D models of the house and of the basement so that the director and the cinematographer, a guy called Adam Suika, could choreograph movements and camera placement for the scares before the production began.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
They had actually only found the house a month before production started, which is kind of wild. And they had talked about not wanting to use anything similar to the actual house where the story took place.
Yeah.
Because when they saw it and they looked inside and everything, they said it's just too boxy and there's not enough room for the things we need to do.
Right.
And also, very interestingly, the cinematographer of this film was the cinematographer for the second unit on Wrong Turn.
What the fuck?
I don't know if it's just by virtue of also being a production in Canada.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And that's the other thing is they had the opportunity. They had talked about all these tax breaks that could have been afforded to them if they had filmed this in Connecticut, actually.
Yeah.
But they found out that it would be a little bit cheaper if they filmed it in Canada instead.
Well,
So they didn't film it in Connecticut.
you gotta
Okay.
make the money stretch.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So when they found out the price, they said, "That's it, back to Winnipeg." Right?
Yes. But Matt wakes up the next morning in the mattress with his mother beside him. He lurches upward, and Sarah, who's already awake, checks on him. He assures her that it was just a bad dream and offers an unconvincing smile. But as soon as Sarah accepts this and heads into the kitchen, we watch as worry washes over Matt's face. But he joins his mother in the kitchen as she snags a can from the refrigerator and shakes it up for him, urging him to drink it, as she tells him that he has his pick of any room in the house. Instead of answering, Matt approaches the fridge himself, snagging a can for Sarah to drink as well. She assures him that they aren't that bad, but after snapping the top and taking a sip, she clearly reconsiders her assessment.
I thought this was sweet.
Yeah.
So what is this stuff?
I was assuming for his like maybe a nutrient shake or
Yeah,
something.
like a meal replacement.
Yeah.
But some of those are grainy. So
Oh.
it's probably the texture isn't great.
Oh, is that like that carnation, like instant breakfast or whatever? You remember that?
I remember Peggy drinking it when she broke her body and she was in the cast. On King of the Hill.
So you didn't have it.
I know, me no.
But Matt heads upstairs, inspecting each of the empty bedrooms there, while downstairs, Sarah tosses a dusty cushion onto the seat of a bay window in the den. But under the seats, Sarah finds a cabinet and curiosity getting the best of her, she opens it, cutting her finger on the handle and sucking her own blood as it rests open. So she's evil.
So now she's evil.
Yeah, as we've determined.
I kind of hope, or I would have liked for this to maybe lead somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we were all kind of expecting a trajectory with that it not at all.
Nope.
But inside the cabinet, Sarah finds a stack of framed photographs. Upstairs, though, Matt surveys one of the rooms, staring past a small bed fit for a child and over to a painting of trees on the far wall. He turns to leave, but the camera presses in dramatically on the painting of a black bird with a yellow belly, punctuated by a thud in the score. So the bird is also evil. And we are setting up something that we'll get to later,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. But downstairs, Sarah takes a seat, inspecting the photographs, only to discover that they're a collection of the post-mortem photographs that we saw in the opening montage of the film. She grins at first, thinking them to be family mementos, but her smile sours into a frown as she soon discovers what she's really looking at. But at the end of the hall upstairs, Matt finds the steel door of a dumbwaiter, which he wrenches open. He peers into it and down the long chute of brick that we saw earlier when Sinclair showed Sarah the house. But wearing yellow latex gloves that she found in the kitchen, Sarah promptly takes the framed photographs outside and tosses them into a trash can, face down without a second thought.
I did appreciate the kind of an appropriate reaction here
Yeah.
of I'm scared. Let's get these out of the house.
I don't know though. I think like without all the evil stuff and whatever, I think if the basement was added, because you're saying this was made in the studio,
The basement, yeah.
right? I could live in this house. I think it'd be all right. It's like morgue doesn't work anymore. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's all right.
And honestly, if you think about it, it's a fucking mortuary that we learn later.
We'll talk about
We'll
that
talk
later.
about that later. But nobody died here.
Yeah.
That's true.
They were already dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she heads back inside with a broom and a dustpan. But her cleaning is interrupted when she hears heavy footsteps above her head on the second floor. She calls out to Matt, asking if he found a bedroom, only for Matt's voice to answer her from below that he has.
It's probably nothing. Let's not investigate.
No.
Well, it clearly means nothing to her.
Yeah. It's fine.
But she follows the sound of her son's voice, walking downstairs and into the basement, as Matt adds to his previous statement that the room kind of picked him.
Because of that dream?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the I would never want to step foot in this basement again.
Hell no.
Because I'm presuming that he felt horribly.
Mm-hmm.
He came in the house and laid down. How did you dream about a basement you've never seen before?
Because this is exactly what it looks like.
And then you go
Yeah.
down there and that's the basement no, fuck you, dude.
He's like,
And-
this is Billy's room.
yeah. We need to move.
But Sarah asks Matt what he means by that, and Matt just shrugs it off, attributing it to the meds, and saying that he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You had a terrifying nightmare.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it with, honestly, your confidant.
Yeah.
She seems like you tell her everything.
Yeah. I don't understand the hesitation of be like, look, I had a bad dream. This is where it was.
Yeah.
But as he pushes the hanging fluorescent light fixture above him, and it squeaks with every movement, Sarah asks which bedroom he means, and Matt gestures around the room in response. Sarah rejects his choice initially, but Matt defends it, explaining that the basement is nice, cool, and it even has its own private bathroom, so no one has to hear him.
My knee-jerk reaction would be no, you're not staying down here. But what he says about the bathroom, I fear it would have swayed me.
Yeah.
Sarah assures him that he doesn't have to hide away from anyone, but Matt replies that the fact that everyone can hear him getting sick only makes it worse. But the camera arcs around the pair as they approach the door and windows at the other end of the room, Matt attempting to wrench the doorknob open to no avail. As they stare through the dark and opaque windows, Matt wonders what could be back there, and Sarah can only respond that she doesn't know. But Sarah gets her shit rocked when a loud pounding on the front door interrupts their inspection, but she just laughs it off as Peter calls out to them from above. She calls out in return that they're down in the basement. But an eager Billy races upstairs, declaring that the first one up there gets first choice of rooms. Mary chases after Billy upstairs, their clumsy footsteps clattering beneath them, as Wendy scolds to wait until Sarah and Peter tell them where their rooms will be.
So Billy just made that up.
Yeah.
This made me really think of, again, Amityville.
Yeah.
When they move in and the kids are excited. They want to look at the house. They're calling rooms.
Mm-hmm. That's true. But when the kids don't listen at all, Wendy scoffs that they're little monsters. See, and again, Lady Gaga didn't come out until... But outside, Peter stands behind a U-Haul trailer as Matt snags a lamp and a suitcase from the back of Peter's vintage maroon Ford truck.
It's a nice-ass truck.
It is. It kind of surprised me. It's like, you made the trip in that?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I'm not. That goes on a trailer, and we're bringing it over here.
100%.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's going to stay with him a
Yeah.
long time.
It's really important to him.
Peter warns Matt to be careful with the objects he's grabbed, but Matt assures him that he's not going to croak from carrying such light things. But Peter just chuckles, admitting that he wasn't worried about that. He just didn't want Matt to scratch up the truck.
Such a dad
Yeah.
moment.
And this is something we see Peter do later that is clearly an interest or a hobby of his.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't Matt carrying one of those things out of the truck right now?
Yeah.
To set up this moment so it isn't so fucking weird later.
Because
Yeah.
it is weird later.
But sometime later, Peter helps Matt carry a mattress down into the basement, and once it's thrown onto the floor, Matt plops himself on top of it. Peter surveys the room, noting its darkness, but acknowledges that he was a teenager once, too. But when he notices the door at the other end of the room, he asks Matt what's inside. As Peter reaches for the doorknob, Matt explains that they don't know and that they couldn't get inside the room. Peter tries it himself, twisting the doorknob with all his might to no consequence, before giving up and positing that the previous owners might have sealed it for storage.
Why would you seal it? Because then you can't get the stuff that you stored.
This is a great question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't understand that. And I also think that my kid is not sleeping down here until we find out what the fuck is back there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Especially since Sarah was told something that unnerved her so badly that she passed on the house until she got desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, son. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I just figured they weren't that far into the quest for them to get the key to the door.
God.
So
But upstairs, Sarah guides Wendy down the hall, pointing out a room for Billy, a room for Mary, and upon reaching the end of the hall, Sarah has saved the best for last, a room that she thought would be perfect for Wendy to have. Wendy wonders what makes this room so special, and Sarah lists its attributes. It's got a beautiful view, lots of space, and as she reaches her hand for the doorknob, she proclaims that it has a huge closet. But as she opens the closet door, an oval mirror on the inside of the door captures the reflection of a dark and dingy figure standing at the opposite side of the room, accompanied by a musical sting.
That was just for us.
yeah.
I know that it's such an overused trope to the fact, like to the point where you see a mirror or whatever. And if we don't get that scared, it's like, oh, okay.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
But I really would have loved this if that musical sting wasn't there.
100%.
Yeah.
If we just see it in the mirror and it's like, what was that?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's just too much. It's hitting you over the head with it.
Yeah.
It is. And is this and I think it would leave it a little more open to where is this the same ghost? Is this different ghost?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, honestly, and we're getting all these vague figures.
Yeah.
We don't know who's who, what's what.
Yeah.
You're right. And you're right as well, because I remember loving this exact thing when it was done in the Mothman prophecies. It worked so much better for me there.
Yeah.
But as Sarah and Wendy remain none the wiser to this sighting, Wendy steps inside the closet, clearly impressed by the amount of space, and Sarah jovially asks her if she likes it. Wendy confirms that she does, and as the two women leave the room, Wendy pushes the closet door closed, the mirror settling back on a view of the corner where the figure once stood, only now there's nothing there at all. But down in the basement, Sarah mops the dirty floor, and Matt descends the steps to join her. As he walks over to the glass of the locked door on the other side of the room, Sarah expresses her confusion as to why Matt would want to make this his bedroom. He already told you.
Yeah. Explicitly and with good reason.
Mm-hmm.
But a sound hums deeply as Matt peers through the glass, barely able to make out what appears to be some kind of overhead light. But Sarah slaps the wet mop down onto the filthy floor, the water washing away the dirt covering the tiles. Matt steps away from the window, but when he looks over to his mother, he watches in horror as his mother brings the mop down onto the floor again. Only this time, the cotton bristles of the mop head splash into a large crimson puddle. Matt can only mutter, "Whoa, Mom."
Yeah. That was my note.
It's like, hey.
It's a little subdued for what we're witnessing.
It is. And this was something that I know it's something small, but you're mopping. You're not wringing out that mop. You're just throwing a bunch of water on the floor.
You're not doing anything.
No.
She's like, full disclosure, I don't know how to mop.
But Sarah responds incredulously as the mop smears streaks of blood all across the tiles. But when Sarah brings the mop down again from the bucket, the blood has disappeared, and Sarah once again sloshes water across the floor. Matt does a double take as his mother asks if he's okay, and after a moment, he says that he is, and that he just wanted to thank her for cleaning his room.
That's not how you thank someone.
No.
Matt is not my son. And I'm like, what's really going on?
Well, if you look at it, what happened from her perspective is, whoa, Mom, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for cleaning my room.
That's all I wanted. I will say, according to the allegedly true story, like 90% of the scares that happen in this film and things like this were witnessed by the mother and not the son. But they change it in this film and they give a reason as to why he's experiencing it potentially.
Yeah.
And giving him an excuse as to why he can't talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's, again, adding this dramatic layer to it that the real story didn't have.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing is whenever he woke up and he said that he had a nightmare or whatever, in the real life story, their first night in the house, the son told the mother, "This house is evil. We need to leave."
Yeah.
And they stayed.
Okay.
So I think it makes more sense with the story to give a reason why they can't leave.
Yeah.
Or a reason why he can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're like, why is nobody doing anything?
Yeah, that would be frustrating as hell to watch. It definitely works way better.
Mm-hmm.
Something odd, and then I'll continue on, but they had mentioned specifically and explicitly that another reason when things started happening that they couldn't move is that they would forfeit their first month's deposit. And it's fucking funny that when she meets the landlord, he's like, the first month's free.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why they changed that. But after a serene shot of the house through the bushes outside, the sun shining through the greenery on a bright new morning with birds chirping warmly, we return inside as Sarah prepares breakfast in the kitchen, whisking something on the stove. That's another thing the director had said. He goes, I hope it comes across how small this house actually is and how cramped things are. I'm like, this house is fucking huge.
Not at all.
No.
Because he's like, I need it to appear as if the house would be cheap for them to be able to afford it.
Oh, honey.
No. Yeah.
It's like,
No.
where are you from?
Yeah. I think it's kind of hard to hide a house's size when it's got a fucking dumbwaiter in it.
Yeah, you know.
That's
yeah.
true.
That's a sign.
Yeah.
But Matt sets the table, first grabbing a large stack of plates from the cabinet and setting them down on the table. But when he reaches back for the silverware on the counter, he hears a warble of distant voices echoing around him, which causes him to pause briefly. But when he returns to the table to set down the silverware, the plates that he just placed on the table are missing. Confused, he turns back toward the cabinet to see that the plates are back on the shelf where he first found them.
This extremely effective for me.
Yeah.
That is terrifying.
He questions why his mother put the plates back, explaining that he set the table and now they're back in the cabinet. Sarah assures him that she didn't touch them, and she asks him if he's all right. But Matt just stands there puzzled, nodding that he's okay unconvincingly, before turning back to find the plates once again missing, but this time from the shelf of the cabinet. Suddenly, the plates clatter to the floor, shattering into pieces. Sarah turns to face the startling sound, and upon noticing the plates, she takes the blame for it, explaining that she knew that they'd be too heavy and that she shouldn't have asked Matt to set the table. Matt insists that he didn't drop them, and when Sarah asks how they could have fallen then, he says that he doesn't know, but he stammers that he saw them in one place and then they were gone, but now... This prompts Sarah to remind Matt of what Dr. Brooks told him, but Matt doesn't need a reminder. Dr. Brooks said that if Matt starts seeing things, he'll be dropped from the trial.
I get it, and I understand we need this, but it's also dangerous to not speak out and take meds maybe that aren't working for you, or if something's wrong, you've got to say something.
Yeah, I would really have loved a little more explanation as to what this trial is.
Yeah.
And how, maybe it's the last chance. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that is implied a little bit, but the extent where he would feel compelled to lie about it.
Yeah.
And she's watching him lie about it and being like, well, tell me if, whatever. Clearly, something's happening.
Yeah. But Sarah starts to ask if Matt is seeing things. But before she can, Matt firmly states that he is not seeing things and that he's just tired. He lies, telling his mother that he remembers now that he set the dishes too close to the edge of the counter. But Sarah pleads for Matt to promise to tell her if he does start seeing things. Matt looks away from his mother's gaze, offering the promise, before he apologizes to her for breaking the dishes. Sarah just kisses his cheek soothingly, telling him that it's okay. But outside in the backyard, Matt sits on the steps to the porch, watching as Peter chases Billy and Mary through the grass in a game of tag. Peter tags Billy with ease, only to be tagged right back immediately. But Peter then remembers the burgers, rushing over to a small grill and lifting the lid, only for white smoke to pour out of it. Peter looks over at Matt, offering him a small smile, maybe as an apology for fucking up tonight's dinner. But Matt is transfixed, his eyes gazing upward. Peter looks up too, noticing thousands of bright stars brightly decorating the clear sky above them. Peter smiles, flipping the burgers on the grill as he asks his son if he remembers going camping when he was a little boy. Matt looks down in somber remembrance, but Peter continues that every night Matt would fall asleep counting the stars, and it would drive him nuts that he could never finish counting. Peter chuckles lightly to himself, and Matt, not capturing the vibe that Peter was going for, shares that most of the stars we see at night are already dead. Peter counters wisely, "They look pretty alive to me."
This is a touching moment.
Yeah, it is.
But Matt rises from the stairs, heading back inside as he retorts, "That's because they haven't gotten the news yet." But later that night, Billy returns to his room, peeking into his closet and dropping down to the ground to look under his bed. By the time he's made it to the window and he gazes out into the darkness, Sarah approaches his doorway from the hall with a laundry basket on her hip. She asks her son if he's all right, and Billy assures her that he is. This behavior to me is like someone's clearly sensing something's wrong.
Yeah.
But never does he say anything or talk about it.
Nope.
Or...
I was confused too. It's like, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah.
And it would make sense for him to
Yeah.
say something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Sarah looks him over before confirming it once again that he's okay. She offers her son a high five, which he smashes, the legend, then a low five, which he misses. Amateur hour over here. She taunts him playfully with a too slow before telling him that she loves him, and he doesn't respond. Unbelievable.
He's all pissed.
Yeah.
Billy, do better, honestly.
But in Mary's room, she kneels by her bedside with Wendy, who rubs her back soothingly, telling her that this whole situation is kind of like a vacation. Mary notes that it would feel like one if Matt wasn't sick, but Wendy just continues that Mary gets her own room, like a big girl. She asks her little sister if she's going to be scared in there all alone, but Mary assures her that she'll be fine because she has her toys. This inspires a smile from Wendy, and the two sisters clasp their hands together in prayer, Mary reciting, "Now I lay me down to sleep," as Sarah walks by their open door, waiting for a moment to listen to the prayer. A look of worry settles on Sarah's face as Mary finishes, "If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." And this is very subtle and good writing, I think.
Yeah,
For Sarah to be thinking about mortality.
Yeah.
for sure.
But we find ourselves outside of the house, an exterior shot of its facade in the dark as a low rumble overtakes the soundtrack. But down in the basement, in the pale blue light of the evening, Matt awakens in his bed. He rises up slowly, his eyes still closed, as we hear distant screaming and sounds of heavy footsteps coming from behind that door. Matt's eyes open sharply, accompanied by a sting of brass in the score, and through the window of the door, he spies Ramsey Aikman, a bearded man in a suit played by John Bluthner, blurry through the opaque window. Aikman paces around the office inside, walking past a blindingly bright light and past Jonah, a child sitting next to an exam table played by Eric Berg. Jonah looks up at Matt through the glass, and after a moment of eye contact, Matt gasps as he seemingly wargs into the body of young Jonah. Kyle and Jonah watch in horror as Aikman leans over a naked corpse on a cold metal table, whispering Latin phrases. Talis Ordo, to enbind the spirits. The music shrieks as the camera dips down to reveal Aikman hard at work with a thin scalpel, etching these words into the flesh of a pallid cadaver, wiping his sharp blade to continue his carvings. The camera pans across the body of the victim, his skin bearing wicked words from head to toe, including his throat and the flesh of his face. I do want to point out that the word Suspiria is carved.
I have that in my notes.
We love to see it.
Yeah.
But Aikman continues murmuring in Latin, but the music rises tensely, as in an uncomfortably close shot. He reaches a pair of forceps under the eyelid of the corpse, peeling it open to reveal the milky and lifeless eye beneath. With the lid peeled back, Aikman reaches for a pair of scissors, lining them up properly before snipping the eyelid off, which finally causes Matt to lurch awake in his bed.
That bothered me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that one bit.
No.
It was very effective. I will say, and again, I appreciate this aspect of I can't talk about what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
It could, put at risk his health, his life, you know? But this has got to be beyond the pale, right?
One would think.
Yeah.
And especially with how the trajectory of this discovery goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once we start to learn more things, it's like, look, it's clearly now the doctors may think that it's something I'm imagining.
Yeah.
But I've got a lot of proof to back it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference. This is a lot. And yeah, the eye thing got me too. I was like, ooh, that hurt.
No, dude.
But yeah, this is a little far beyond just like, hey, you might see blurry or you're, hallucinate for a second or whatever.
Yeah.
This was longer than that.
Yeah.
But before Matt even has time to collect himself, he gazes back up at the door and the windows across the room, pulling the blankets from his legs to step out of his bed and over to the door. As he inches closer in the dark, the camera follows over his shoulder as he reaches his hand for the doorknob, only for his palm to sizzle as soon as it makes contact with the metal. He pulls his hand back instinctively, staring down at the source of his pain, alarmed to discover the right side of his palm is covered in blisters. The next morning, in the bright light of day and the fluorescence of an office at the hospital, Matt and Sarah sit across from Dr. Brooks, who simply diagnoses the angry abrasion on Matt's hand as non-contact dermatitis, claiming that it's common for a trauma in one place to manifest itself in another part of the body.
Non-contact dermatitis?
Yeah, what?
That's a fucking burn. That's their blister.
Yeah.
I want his license revoked. This fucking pissed me off.
We need a second opinion.
Yes.
Would this be Dr. Nick? Is that not that bad yet?
Not yet.
He's like, what the hell is that?
As he peruses Matt's chart, noting Matt's lack of a fever, decreased nausea, and a slightly increased appetite, he calls it outstanding. He then asks, no audio or visual hallucinations or any other behavioral abnormalities? Sarah looks over to her son, who covers his mouth with a nervous hand as he shakes his head. She answers no for him to Dr. Brooks, and with that, Brooks declares that they can now continue to stage 2.
He's like, good enough for me.
Yeah.
They're clearly lying.
Only ask once. Let's go.
Yeah.
But later, Sarah and Matt return home, the mother helping her son up the walkway after his recent round of treatment. After they reach the porch, Matt thanks her for her help, but upon realizing that she forgot her purse in the car, Sarah asks him to wait there for her. She turns away to return to her vehicle, and as soon as she does, Matt leans his hand against one of the columns on the porch. But as soon as his hand makes contact with the stone, the surface of it gives way, and Matt plunges his hand into a mess of red, writhing viscera.
I loved this. I did not see that coming at all.
No.
Yeah, and I think we need to say something.
Yeah.
I did. This was a lot. My hand's going through that pillar.
Yeah.
I need to say something.
And there's guts in there, dude. Matt pulls his hand back as the music rises sharply, looking down at it as maggots mingle with the remnants of redness covering his palm. He calls out to his mother, but when he looks back, his hand is completely clean, and the pillar is proper and unbroken. Matt presses his hand to it in confusion.
It's just occurring to me that maybe this is a little bit of foreshadowing as to something being hidden beneath the surface. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very, very good. But inside the house, Sarah puts in a call to Peter, complaining about the high price of Matt's nausea medication, sharing that she was on hold for an hour trying to sort it out. But down in the basement, the camera rises from the floor to find Matt resting in his bed, his heartbeat thumping and his eyes moving rapidly under their lids. But suddenly, he awakens when he hears a clicking noise from across the room, and when he sits up, he notices that the peculiar and previously locked door now swings open with a creak. He reaches his feet, shuffling them across the basement floor as he makes his way inside the room, and we spy him blurrily through the opaque windows before fading to black. As distant screams ring out, and we get a faraway shot of the house through the tall trees outside, Billy's voice cuts through the startling sounds as he calmly calls out to his brother.
I was like, Billy, get your ass away from there. This kid does not need to be anywhere near here.
Making his way down into the basement and noticing that Matt's bed is empty, Billy calls out again, asking him where he is. Matt simply answers, I'm in here. And Billy notices that the door at the other side of the room is opened just a crack. He peeks his head in, and the camera pans across the room, past the brick walls lined with shelves, cabinets, and medical equipment, over the metal slab of a table at the room's center, and at a desk which sits at the far corner of the room. On the opposite side, however, Matt stands, his hand resting on a shelf containing jars of dark fluid. Billy asks Matt how he got in here, and when he doesn't answer, he asks instead what this place even is. But in a dingy and rusted-out sink, Billy finds a pair of tongs, which he clenches tightly, placing them up to his eye so he can spy through them. But behind him, Matt pushes the metal embalming table forward, its metal wheels squeaking as he invites Billy to hop on. Billy does as told without hesitation, lying supine on the shimmering steel as Matt offers to take him for a ride. From Billy's point of view, we watch as Matt spins him madly in a circle, the young child growing uneasy and pleading with his brother to slow down, but Matt is far too preoccupied, as in his mind's eye, he witnesses the sepia-toned vision of a coffin, a body being removed from it, as two men fill its vacancy with several small white sacks, tightly tied and filled with unknown contents.
I know your brother isn't being taken over by grave robbers. What the fuck? That's what's happening here?
I was like, this is giving Insidious Chapter 2.
Honestly, yeah. And I'm sorry, dude, but if I start getting visions like this, I'm not going to be like, well, I got to keep spinning the shit out of Billy. I can't stop to think about this for a second.
That's the only thing to do in this situation.
I think me spinning him is powering these visions. But as Billy screams for his brother, Matt finally stops the table from spinning, and his vision evaporates before his eyes. He stares puzzled as Billy climbs off of the table, quite disturbed from the ride he just took, and the boys hear the voice of their father calling from the other room, asking what's going on down there. Billy asks Matt sincerely, "What's the matter with you?" But Peter, upon noticing the open door, takes credit for loosening the knob.
Yeah. Your son was just down here like, stop!
Yeah.
It's like, hell yeah, I did it. If anybody asks, I did it. Why are you crying?
Your dad's the strongest man in the world.
You should be celebrating. But Peter looks around the room, his eyes taking in the decades-old medical equipment, cobweb-covered chemicals, sharp saws, and a small door to an incinerator in the wall. Peter can only mutter, "Good Lord." But now, after discovering what was hiding behind the basement door is in fact the relics of what used to be a mortuary, Peter understands why the rent was so cheap, and he rushes upstairs to confront Sarah.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
We follow Peter as he guides Sarah outside and into the backyard. He demands to know what she knows about the house and when she knew it. Sarah appears incredulous, and Peter reminds her that she was the one who told him that they couldn't live on lies. But Sarah recalls saying this back when Peter was a drunk and a liar.
So that's not a healthy way to dialogue.
No.
And especially with it seeming that he has changed his ways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she's
And
just throwing it back in his face when she's wrong.
You're lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter plainly states that he isn't any of those things now, and Sarah immediately softens, apologizing and telling Peter that he's right, admitting that she should have told him sooner. But looking back at the house, Sarah excuses her omissive lie by saying that their family needed a place to live, and that this house just seemed perfect.
So I guess I just don't understand her vagueness, because she was passing on the house.
Yeah, she even called him.
I would have on the phone been like, this one place seemed great. He was going to give us the first month for free, but there was a fucking mortuary in the like, why would you not tell your partner that?
Yeah, or just when you say, hey, look, I had to come back in the house that I made the executive decision to get.
Here's the thing.
It was the creepy one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
It's just odd that when you were not willing to live here, you still didn't say what you were told. That's weird.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And also really fucked up is poor Matt living in the basement. He's like, what's behind there? And she's like, I don't know.
Wait,
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then,
yeah.
And then you let him stay down here?
Yeah.
She would know.
Mm-hmm. So it's pretty wild, man. The real life story, I will say, it conflicted with itself quite often.
Mm-hmm.
One story stated that the family did not know that there was a mortuary in the house until after they had signed the lease and everything. And so they discovered it, and then the husband and wife found out at the same time.
Okay.
The other story is that, and this is from the neighbors, that everybody fucking knew there was a mortuary in that house. Like, there were people that worked at that mortuary back when it was one who still lived in the neighborhood. And so it was just, and the neighbors, of course, the ones that were interviewed that knew about this and everything, said the entire story was bullshit. And that the story was completely concocted and fabricated to make money for the family.
God.
Well, they were being evicted.
Yeah,
And
so I've heard.
And they were just following the number one rule of one Ed Warren.
Make
it up.
But make it scary. Make
What's
it real
gotta be
scary.
scary.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're not eating.
Yeah, no. Nobody's going to come. It's like, you ever heard anybody going for a loving ghost?
No.
No.
Although there was that film Ghost.
Yeah, well.
There was more to it. There was
Yeah,
more
yeah.
things that happened. And Casper. I just realized.
He was friendly.
Yeah, but
He was.
those other ghosts were assholes, dude.
Yeah, but
Pulling and tying knots and shit with the trees.
Yeah, that was. When I think of Casper, that's the only thing I
I
think
think there's more to that story. Too.
Also true.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's a tragedy. That story.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this
Yeah.
tragedy.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's move on, please.
But Peter sighs, turning away from his wife, and we cut immediately to the family later that night, gathered around their dining room table for dinner. Peter sums it up. Okay, so we all know now that this was a funeral home. Big deal.
Dad, it is a big deal,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
That was a weird tone to use.
Yeah.
It is a big deal.
Well, I'll say this.
Hmm.
If there was nothing here, big deal. There is still shit in that
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
That's a good
yes.
point.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
And why was it sealed?
Yeah.
To keep the evil fresh.
Oh, it's Tupperware.
Yeah.
But he assures his family that it's not a mortuary anymore and that it hasn't been for many years. He says it's just a house, bricks, nails, and wood. The camera arcs around the table, Sarah smiling at Peter's explanations, but Wendy appearing a bit worried by her uncle's words. But Peter adds that this is their house only until Matt finishes with his treatments at the hospital. As he looks over at Mary and Billy, both children seemingly solemn as Peter acknowledges the stress that everyone has been under, he asks for everyone to pull together like a team. As each of them nod their head in agreement, Peter suggests for Matt to say grace for everyone at the table. But as soon as he clasps hands with Wendy and Billy on either side, a shock shoots through Matt, and his mind descends into darkness, his father's voice becoming a distant echo as he's suddenly encircled by distorted faces and now sits at a round table covered in a white cloth. Flashes abound as unfocused and jittery shots finally give way to clarity, and Matt sits surrounded by 4 seance attendees, played by Blake Taylor, Keith James, Kelly Wolfman, and Jessica Burleson, with Ramsey Aikman presiding over all. The buzzing of flies are heard as a shot of Matt at the table match cuts to reveal Jonah is sitting in Matt's seat, an old-fashioned camera parked on a tripod next to him as the attendees hold his hands with their eyes closed, and the pace of Jonah's heartbeat hastens. Peter's voice calls out for Matt, but Aikman's voice overtakes it as he whispers sharply for Jonah. The seance table is reflected in Aikman's dark glasses as Jonah squeezes the hands of the attendees tighter, his chair beginning to shake as he writhes in his seat, with his eyes clenched shut. Sarah's voice cuts through the vision, and we return to the present day as she asks Matt if he's all right, and Billy wrenches his hand away from his brother's uncomfortable grasp.
Billy's like, anybody want to switch seats? Because he was side-eyeing him earlier.
Yeah.
He's like, I've had enough of this dude. Peter asks what's wrong with Matt, and Sarah attributes his behavior to the medication he's on. But Matt looks around the table, confused, as his family can't conceal the concern in their eyes. He turns to Wendy, pleading in a whisper, "Didn't you see it?" Wendy exchanges a worried glance with Sarah before rising from her chair and suggesting for Matt to step away from the table with her. As they leave the dining room, Peter looks over at Sarah, who refuses to meet his gaze, instead offering a false smile of reassurance to the children.
I'm starting to notice, and I, as the movie goes on, to these kids are really fucking just in for the ride, and they're just there the whole time. Sometimes, I mean, they're composed most of the time.
I would have liked a little more reason why Wendy and what's the little girl's name? Mary are staying with them, because I feel like maybe the little children and Wendy should go back to aunt and uncle, whoever the hell they are.
Yeah, that's
honestly
true.
Because there's a lot going on here, and it only gets worse.
Yeah.
But down in the basement, Wendy sits with Matt on his bed, inquiring about what happened in the dining room. Matt asks Wendy if she remembers the book that they used to read together when they were kids, with all the weird pictures in it. As soon as he recalls the title, The Man Who Wasn't There, Wendy smiles knowingly, and Matt remarks that they used to love this book. Matt then recites a poem from it. As I was walking up the stairs, I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. And Wendy finishes it with him. Oh, how I wish he'd go away.
Anybody else in the mood to watch Identity?
Yeah, I know. She's like, I saw you in an orange grove.
I'll cry.
But after they smile at each other, lost in the memory, Matt then asks Wendy if she remembers the other poem. And when she doesn't, Matt recites this one, too. It was one bright day in the middle of the night. 2 dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced one another. They drew their swords and they shot each other. The deaf policeman, he heard the noise, and he came and killed those 2 dead boys. First poem was more successful.
Yeah,
I think.
I like them both, and I think they're both terrifying.
This one is okay, but to me it just feels like it's just trying to be like, what's the opposite of everything? Let's just be edgy as shit. It's like it's all right.
But are you gonna explain it to us, Matt?
Yeah.
Nope, it is what it is.
No analysis.
Yeah.
Nope.
If this is a competition, the first poem takes it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
I will agree with you there.
I did read the full poem of this, and it's a lot longer. There's a lot of stanzas missing in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if you really enjoy it, there is a lot more of that there.
Oh.
Okay.
So it is pretty interesting. But Wendy simply replies, Matt, you're scaring me. But looking away from his cousin, Matt envisions a sepia-toned and silhouetted figure with his head tilted, standing motionless in the doorway. Matt then invites Wendy to join the club. Pretty fucked up. He's like, Wendy, behind you! But
he's like, no, I'm scared too, dude.
He's like, dude, I can't stop seeing this shit.
Right, if you could see what's behind you, man.
Yeah.
You don't even know what scared is, honestly.
But the following day at the hospital, the camera pans through the halls and into a waiting room for patients undergoing chemotherapy. There, we find Reverend Popescu, played by Elias Koteas, sipping a cup of orange juice as he drags an IV stand with him, a bag of yellow liquid hanging at the top and dripping through a tube into his arm. Elias Koteas.
Yeah, man. Zodiac, Shutter Island.
Yeah.
We've talked about him a lot on this show.
Yeah, he's great.
I was going to say he's always great.
If I'm not mistaken, Elias Koteas and Virginia Madsen were in The Prophecy together.
That's right.
And that's another one we need to cover.
Oh, yeah.
But Popescu chuckles at the television, which broadcasts a claymation fight between 2 characters. This on the television is Ward 13.
That is cool.
But also seated in the room is Matt, who watches the broadcast curiously until the sound of it fades away. He looks down from his chair to find a crab creeping its way across the carpeted floor, and when the camera pans to his lap, he finds another crab there, and then one creeping across his arm. He jumps sharply, and we get a tight shot of his arm, where a nurse, played by Adriana O'Neal, has just injected him with something. She smiles at him, consoling or admonishing that the needle didn't hurt. Matt looks around fearfully to discover that there is not a crab in sight. I saw the crabs and I was like, this better be leading somewhere.
Yeah.
There better be something nautical, a murder by a beach or something. But for it to be crabs is just so weird.
It's very random.
Yeah, I was like, damn, this poor dude, he's got to go through all this shit. Then now their crabs are following him.
Uh-huh.
I was like, what the?
It's extra bad, dude.
But you're right, because it is like what's going to happen? Some kind of water something or by the water.
Yeah.
So like
But
now we just had these crabs.
Yeah.
The budget's tight. We were going to eat crabs anyway for lunch. So we'll put them on Kyle Gallner.
There you go.
That's scary, right?
And it is kind of funny as well, the nurse and what she sees, because he's like,
Yeah. Just like, oh my
like,
God.
dude, come on.
Right, what'd you think? It was a crab?
Why do I keep hearing that? But Popescu, who now reclines in a seat next to Matt, tells him that he's been dreaming and breathing heavily, which only leads him to assume that Matt must have been having a very bad dream. Or a very good one. It's like, do I know you?
What the fuck?
What the hell is this?
Right, I'm 16.
Yeah, like, this is improper as fuck. But Matt admits that he's had better dreams, and Popescu smiles. But Matt seeks to fill the silence, sharing that lately it's been tough. When Popescu asks for elaboration, Matt inquires if he's ever seen or heard things that just simply can't be there. Popescu warns not to tell the doctors that he can see things because they won't understand, and he shares that when his wife was dying, the whole last day, he sat there praying and crying, and she never once looked up at him, just all around at everyone else in the room. But they were alone. Popescu thinks that she was where they are now, in the valley of the shadow of death. But he asks Matt if he knows what to do when he finds himself in the valley. And when Matt says he doesn't, Popescu reminds him as the music swells sweetly. Fear no evil. He then hands Matt a business card if he ever wants to talk, and advises Matt to call him anytime. I don't think his phone number was on that card. I'm trying to remember.
Just the name?
Just the name. So you can find me. We have phone books still.
Yeah. Right, Google me.
Yeah.
It's 09.
But this is the character we were alluding to, or some kind of like conflict of faith or whatever. This would have been an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
It would have, and we've had opportunities when she's watching them pray. There's an opportunity there too for her to like slowly maybe put her hands together too and silently pray with them.
Yeah.
Or her think about anything if she's struggling with it.
Yeah.
And if we could have that conflict, even just a matter of Matt realizing that he is a priest,
Yeah.
that is enough to have some kind of dialogue and make it interesting.
Yeah.
But later that night, Sarah stands outside by their old vintage truck with Peter, who clearly doesn't wish to part with her. But he tells her that if he's not on the job site first thing in the morning, they'll hire another contractor. He gives her forehead a tender kiss as she expresses her pride in him for working so hard and for keeping his promises to her. All of them.
I'd be like, look, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe let's not bring it up every 5 minutes. Like, I feel like every, I want to say tender moment, because this is a tender moment. The one before was not, though.
Yeah.
No.
Like, I mean, I feel like every opportunity, it's like, remember when you fucked all that shit up and then you said you weren't going to? Good job for not doing it anymore. It's like, okay, can we move on?
Yeah.
You can literally just say that you're proud of him.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I think he'll get it.
Or not add all of that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Remember all the shit? It's like, come on.
Yes, and a new wave of guilt. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that very much. But he glances up to the second floor of the house, where the orange glow of a light is cast out into the night. But inside that room, Wendy sits on her bed in her pajamas, painting her toenails. She overhears Mary reading her doll the riot act, pissed off that the doll promised that she would make Matt better.
Did anybody think something was going to come from that?
Yeah, I thought, honestly, like we have with Poltergeist, where that clown is fucking that kid up.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be some kind of situation with this doll.
Right.
Or there's like spirits working through the doll.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
all Matt needs is blank. Or, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
but nah.
It again, it immediately took me back to Amityville.
Yeah.
She's sitting there and she's talking shit to her dolls. And she's pissed off. I can't remember if it's Jody she's yelling at or
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is Amityville again.
You know what? That I do like that, what you're saying. Almost like the dolls are trying to trick her into doing something bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
To help Matt. Because that's what she has on her mind. Even when they were talking about her having her own room, she was like, but Matt, like, she's a kid. She's processing this.
Yeah.
That could be, I mean, something evil could exploit that for sure.
Yeah. But we then see Mary crouched in front of her dollhouse, jovial music playing on a nearby record player, as Mary argues with her doll, and playing the role of the doll in tonight's production is also Mary. The doll defends herself, but Mary punishes it by placing her in the timeout corner, as Wendy listens in somberly, and the doll protests the fairness of such a cruel decision. But the lights in Wendy's room flicker ominously, and she looks around a bit unnerved. But far worse, when we return to Mary's brightly lit room and she stands upright, she doesn't notice that just behind her hangs a pale gray hand, carved bloody in Latin characters just below the drab sleeve of its button-up shirt.
It's behind.
But the lights begin to flicker in Mary's room, too, before suddenly dipping to black, the playful tune from her record player jarringly ceasing. Mary shouts for someone to turn the lights back on, and we watch in the hall as a shadowy figure disappears into the wall just as the lights return. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the wrong room. It's dark. It couldn't see.
It's like, my bad.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
I was trying to scare Billy again.
Yeah. No, you're not Billy. My bad.
Sorry, girls. But Mary smiles, thanking whoever honored her request, before returning to the subject of her doll's imprisonment on clearly trumped-up charges. But later that night, Sarah makes herself a cup of tea in the kitchen, taking a sip before heading over to the basement stairs and calling down them to check on Matt. When she doesn't get a response, she turns back around, getting her shit rocked when she finds Matt standing solemnly in the doorway to the kitchen that she just left.
I feel like there's not, we don't address that.
No,
Yeah.
she just beckons him to follow her as she guides him to bed. It's like, you can't be moving around like a fucking phantom.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
And we just came from there. He
Yeah.
wasn't there.
No.
It's that.
But we suddenly find Peter pulling his truck into the parking lot of a local bar, the bright neon sign advertising Rolling Rock beer casting its reflection into his windshield. The music whines sincerely as he watches a couple through the window, sitting at a booth and living their best life as they drink from large mugs of beer together. It's like an advertisement.
It is.
I was going to say, I think they're filming a commercial.
But the music is accented by reversed notes like something out of Life is Strange, and Peter quickly reverses his truck out of the lot and drives away.
I'm glad. I'm glad that he pulled out and left.
Yes.
I am too. I don't love the way that this film deals with Peter's sobriety or even the fragility of his sobriety.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very heavy-handed. I don't know. I just don't like the way that they portray it, I think. But yeah, I was proud of him for driving away.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that literally did look like a fucking ad.
Yeah.
The rolling rock on the windshield was a lot.
I mean, come on. I feel like it's almost like they just felt like they needed to give Peter something to do of his own.
Yeah.
But it's not fleshed out ever, and the way that they hint at it is really clumsy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It just feels maybe cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Again, I know that I bitch about this all the time, but when you're dealing with when you choose to deal with heavy themes, I think you need to bring the appropriate amount of respect, gravity, something.
Yeah, because it is a serious thing.
Yeah. And I mean, so far it's just like, remember when you used to drink? Thanks for not doing that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but he's like struggling. I don't know. I just, it felt cheap. I don't know.
It's very odd the way they use him, the father, you know what I mean, in this movie. It's when, I know we still got a little more to go, but it is when we need him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the next morning at breakfast, Billy and Mary are horsing around the table, which earns a scolding from Sarah. Billy unhands his cousin and clutches a magic 8-ball-like toy, which is in the shape of a giant eyeball with large, splintering blood vessels.
It's cool.
It
Yeah.
is. I read somewhere that they couldn't get the rights to using the magic 8-ball, which honestly is a cultural touchstone for the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, put it in a plastic eye. It'll be fine.
But Billy asks the ball if Mary is a total goon, and Sarah flatly answers, no, which made me laugh. But the magic eyeball disagrees, responding with an "oh yes" at the center of the pupil. Mary snatches the eyeball, asking in return if Billy is a poop head, to which the wisdom of the toy answers, "Of course, my dear." He's been watching the film.
Billy's just getting it. This poor kid.
Sarah, not a fan of their language and hoping to put a stop to the discourse, hands the children their plates and urges them to eat, chuckling that she has to go to work. Matt and Wendy sit across from the children, and Sarah puts Wendy in charge in her stead as she says goodbye to everyone. She touches Matt's shoulder, and he winces sensitively, which earns an apology from Sarah before she's off to work. Wendy sits there with a plate in front of her, which is just a stack of white bread.
Yeah.
Confusing. It's like, so you didn't make breakfast? But Matt leans closer to Billy, warning them to be good or else they'll have to deal with him.
Billy's like, oh, God.
He then exhales a laugh, affectionately touching Billy's arm and declaring that he was only kidding, and the kids join in with a laugh of their own. But sometime later, as Wendy takes a seat on the porch in the backyard and cracks open a book, Matt plays hide and seek inside with the children. His count nears 60 as he closes his eyes, and we see Mary finding a proper hiding place underneath the sink in the kitchen, while Billy opens up the cupboard just beneath the stairs and steps inside.
God damn, I never got 60 fucking seconds to hide.
You could be at the house next door.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
Halfway across town.
He's just on a bus. And they'll never find me. But Billy sits nervously in his hiding spot as Mary can't help but smirk as Matt begins his search with a "ready or not, here I come."
I feel like these scenarios when they're like, oh, let's play fucking hide and seek, never goes well.
No.
Nah. Matt peers into the kitchen before heading upstairs, passing Billy and Mary's rooms before heading into Wendy's with a puzzled look on his face. Wendy's bedroom, not Wendy's the restaurant.
He's looking for the kids. They fucking took off.
Like, did a little boy catch a bus here?
Right, he had to stop for food.
Yeah, it's been 6 hours.
All he had was white bread for breakfast.
Oh, he's definitely hungry.
He can't have gotten far. But there on the wall, Matt spies a vintage photograph of a woman framed ornately in gold, and as he steps into the room further, Jonah breezes past him sharply with a sting in the score. I jumped. I'm not afraid to admit it. Or ashamed. I was afraid.
No, but I was like, hey guys, why is it all sepia in here?
Honestly.
It completely changed.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Wendy's vibe is fucking wild. But Jonah rushes for a vanity at the other end of the room, tearing a drawer open and dumping the contents of it into a white sack. He clutches it in his hands as Aikman calls for him from downstairs, And as Jonah pushes past Matt in the doorway, the voice downstairs grows more aggressive. And when Matt turns to look back into the room, he finds that it is returned to normal, with Wendy's furniture and belongings as they were, and a stain on the wall surrounding the oval-shaped vacancy of where the framed photo once hung. Nobody's fucking dusted that wall?
Yeah.
Like,
Ever. Well, we're mopping the floors with blood. I think housekeeping has fallen by the wayside.
But Matt rushes out of the room, only to discover Jonah frantically descending the steps to the first floor. Matt follows in pursuit, only to watch as Jonah is seized at the door and told that he isn't leaving. Matt continues the chase, the music frenzied as Jonah is dragged down into the basement, and when Matt reaches his room, he watches as the door to the mortuary slams shut. He creeps closer to it, reaching his hand for the knob and heading inside. Once inside, Matt discovers 4 bodies covered in shrouds on metal mortician tables, panning across them to discover more bodies arranged on shelves that appear like bunk beds on the other side of the room. As Matt struggles to make sense of what he's witnessing, the door slams behind him. He turns, clutching the knob, and attempts to wrench the door open to no avail, and when he turns back around, he discovers the sick bodies on their metal surfaces, now lying uncovered, the pale skin of the cadavers matching the neutral tone of the bandages that cover their intricately carved skin.
I did want to talk about these corpses very quickly because we may or may not be seeing more of them later. They were done by Todd Masters, who I'm just going to rattle off a few of the things that he's worked on. 1 Hour Photo.
Oh, wow.
Sinister, Slither, Copycat, Tales from the Crypt, Addams Family Values, Demon Knight, True Blood, White Chicks.
Damn.
One of the Scary Movies, I believe 3. And he won an Emmy for his work on 6 Feet Under.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah. So these bodies are silicone with a full metal armature. They have welded joints. And they said that each body, I read in the production notes, took 2 weeks to build.
Jeez.
Each one.
God damn.
Cornwell said that they actually felt cold and stiff because of the silicone that they used. And Virginia Madsen said that they literally had tattoos, leg hair, their fingernails were bitten. Like the quality and the detail was wild.
Yeah.
And she said that they were clothed, but she did peek and some of them had penises.
All right.
I was like, thank you, Virginia, for your service.
The team was thorough.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot went into those.
I feel like we should spend a little more time on the detail of them.
Yes.
Because you do see them a lot from faraway shots, and their faces look fucking like you would think they're real people.
Yeah.
But I would like more shots like we saw earlier of the carved skin.
Yes.
Because they look really good.
Yeah.
But Matt screams to Wendy for help, and she rushes back inside, the children joining her from their hiding places as they all head downstairs. Matt, however, is surrounded by the collective of corpses as they loom over him, their eyes vacant and white, staring through him as he cowers in their presence. Quick shots are intercut of their bandages, their wounds, and their weary faces as Matt shrinks in disbelief before shouting, "Leave me alone!" He gives them a stern push, but in reality, it's Billy that Matt pushes away. And we return to the mortuary in the present day, where Matt stands, surrounded by Wendy and the children, not a ghoul in sight.
This poor child.
Yeah. I think here, my only issue is why are you still not saying anything?
Yeah.
I understand. I don't understand the pillar because I would have freaked out.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're still like, okay, maybe that was a second, you know what I mean? Couple seconds, whatever. This was a whole ass like ghost event.
Yeah.
And then you push. It's his little brother.
Uh-huh.
And don't say anything. Not a sorry, man. Not a, my bad. Just, you know what I mean?
You moved.
Yeah.
It's like, I knew it was Billy.
That's why he said it.
Yeah.
Or that's why he didn't say it.
But Wendy consoles the children and guides them out of the basement and back upstairs, Billy offering a wounded look to his brother before joining his cousins on the steps. But sometime later, Matt sits alone on the steps, clutching a telephone in one hand and Popescu's business card in the other. He stammers that he didn't know who else to talk to, and Popescu shares that he's glad Matt called. We cut to the shot of a marble angel dipping down from the sculpture to the steps just outside of a church where Matt now sits with Reverend Popescu. The priest explains that they're all around us all the time, the living and the dead, invisible to everyone, or almost everyone. Matt understands, and Popescu adds that they're not like regular people anymore, claiming that most people spend their lives firmly planted in this world, and then they go straight to the other side. But they take a much more roundabout path, spending quite a lot of time in the borderland. As pensive piano plays and somber strings join the ensemble, Popescu assures Matt that only one thing matters. Matt needs to find out what the spirit wants from him.
I do find very interesting this concept of being more susceptible to these things because of their potential proximity to death.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really interesting. I was glad that he was like, we have to find out what he wants, because I'm like, you're speaking very abstractly about life and death and in between, but there is a very specific situation happening in this house.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I hope that he shared finally, and it sounds like he did.
Yeah.
But that night, in his bedroom in the basement, Matt removes his shirt and places it on his bed. We see the very red reaction of his cancer treatment marring the skin of his chest as he takes a seat on the floor, planting his feet under the frame of his bed to get the proper sit-up position. He struggles to achieve the first sit-up, reclining back down to the floor before attempting his second. But as soon as he reaches his knees, a shadowy figure appears next to him with a growl. Matt backs away fearfully, but stares deeply into the vacant face of the figure as the score howls, asking, "What do you want from me?" The shadow shrieks, and Matt is shown a vision. Quick flashes of a raging fire with a silhouette centered in the middle of the blaze. Matt clutches his ears, shrinking into himself, and when the camera pulls back, we see that Matt is all alone in the basement. So this is a pet peeve I know that at least me and Nay have.
Yeah.
Where the previous scene, he's like, you got to find out what he wants. And the next scene, what do you want?
Yeah.
No time in between, no preparation of anything.
Yeah.
Just the immediate payoff to what just happened, which is just kind of annoying.
Lazy.
Yeah. Well, lazy too.
For me, it's just, can you use words? Do we got to do this? Like, I would be more, I'm going to listen to you if you talk.
Yeah.
Or
For
write
sure.
it down, something.
Either way.
Hey.
I get the visions, but like that fucks me up. And I'm already sick. Like you don't got to.
No.
Can we not?
Yeah, I was like, can we not do that?
I used my words.
Yes.
It's the scariest shit I've ever seen.
I was working out. You came and bothered me.
real.
Yeah, can't you like find me later?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, god damn, dude, it's bat time.
Yeah. What the
He
hell?
deserves it. Let him have some peas.
But when Sarah returns home that evening with Wendy and the kids, they head inside, Mary remarking to her family, you know, that was actually my favorite movie. So I guess they were at the movies.
Yeah.
You know what? Good for Mary.
Yeah. You know, honestly, if you're going to be that clunky, put in a movie that came out in 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, say, you know, Ghostbusters 2 or whatever.
Anything.
Hellraiser
Anything.
was fantastic. But the children step into the den, and as soon as they do, they call out fearfully for Sarah, who rushes to join them there. Once she does, she discovers all of the furniture stacked haphazardly in the center of the room, like a barricade. But she steps around it to find Matt whimpering on the floor, still shirtless, and the tips of his fingers covered in blood. When she leans down closer to him, we see the wall next to Matt is covered in dozens of frenzied and frantic scratch marks, the music swells dramatically. But we cut immediately to the next day, where Sarah and Peter sit across from Dr. Brooks in his office. Brooks admonishes the Campbells for not telling him about this sooner, as these symptoms can be a sign that Matt's cancer has moved to his brain. But Brooks shares that Matt's MRIs are all clear and that he has no tumors. So whatever is causing this behavior, thankfully, isn't that. Sarah worries that Matt might lose his mind before he gets better, and while Brooks acknowledges that this is a crucial time, he still believes that Matt is an excellent candidate for the treatment, and he adds that age and attitude count enormously. Peter takes umbrage with Brooks touting Matt's attitude, as at this point, he says his whole family is afraid of Matt. The scene just ends abruptly right there for some reason. But the Campbells head into the parking lot, Sarah looking around for Peter's truck as he walks towards a rusty and beaten-up sedan. Sarah asks where his truck is, and as he unlocks the driver's side door to the sedan, he reveals that he sold it.
The decisions that these people make without consulting each other is wild to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because we're literally like, what do you feel like for dinner? Like, what movie do you want to watch tomorrow? Like, I just can't imagine. Oh, I sold the car.
Yeah.
Like that's wild.
It is a bit of a nightmare. I understand they're going through a lot and they're whatever, but they are just making decisions on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not small decisions. And I would have liked, if we're going to battle, and I know we spoke about it earlier, but if we're going to battle with the father's problems, let us see him selling or battling with selling that.
Yes.
Hey, look, I had to pay, like he's saying, like I got to pay for rent, I got to whatever. Show us that. If she doesn't see it, then okay, we know she's not supposed to see it. But we're seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can sympathize with this dude, and we can, other than just being like, oh, so you did something off screen that we're supposed to care about.
Yeah. And like you said, sympathy, make him a little more fleshed out.
Yeah.
Like, kind of contextualize this struggle that he's having on top of everything else.
But Sarah asks when he was going to tell her that he sold it, and Peter answers succinctly, I just did. He says it paid the last round of bills and this month's mortgage, and as he climbs into the car, he throws Brooks's words back at Sarah, adding, like Doc says, attitude. He slams the door.
So like a bad attitude?
Yeah. It's like be a dick or something?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
That's what the doctor
Well,
said, right?
Yeah.
Be an asshole to everything.
He didn't say what kind of attitude.
No, he didn't. He did not. But back at the house, Matt rises from his seat at the kitchen table to join Sarah at the counter in the kitchen. He tosses his silverware into the sink, and Sarah, noticing his sour mood, rushes to give him a hug, but pulls back when he winces in pain from her touch. Sarah apologizes, telling Matt that she just loves him so much. Matt counters that love hurts, which prompts Sarah to head straight for the door, which I thought was an overreaction.
Yeah.
God damn. You never heard that song, lady?
She felt rejected.
Yeah.
Fuck you. It's like,
I gotta get the fuck
Jesus.
out of here.
But Matt stops her, attempting to confide in her that if he dies. But Sarah just sternly responds, you won't. She exits the kitchen, and left all alone at the sink, Matt finishes his thought in a low whisper. It's not your fault. Which, again, it's hitting that emotional weight.
Yeah.
But that night, Sarah cries alone in her bed, reaching into the drawer of her bedside table, seizing her rosary and clutching it in a tearful prayer. In the living room of their other house, Peter sits alone, cycling through slides on a projector, and he should know that it's not a wheel, it's a carousel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was there for that.
He was,
Yeah.
Because he's Pete Campbell. But he looks at several photos of Matt as a child, through middle and elementary school. Matt's youthful smile missing several baby teeth, which inspires a smile from Peter in return. But Sarah stashes her rosary away in her drawer, sobbing, "You can't have him. You can't have my son." I didn't care for this take.
That's what I'm saying. She's capable of much better
Yeah.
than this take. That's why I was a little confused, especially at such a heart-wrenching moment.
Yeah. There weren't any tears, which is an odd choice to do.
Yeah.
As a director for this scene.
It was very odd, and it I'll be honest, it caught me off guard because I'm still not sure what year it is, and when he's watching these photos through the slide, I was like, damn, where'd you keep those at? Why are you looking at
He's
photos
like in
like that?
2009.
Yeah. It's like, where's your phone?
But as the music swells sentimentally around him and the camera focuses in on a bottle of vodka resting on an amplifier, Peter powers through tears to strum a few chords on his electric guitar. But when he continues to flub the notes and is overcome with emotion, he tears the guitar from his shoulders, smashing it into the amp, the bottle of vodka shattering and spilling onto the carpet. As feedback cries out from the wounded speaker, Peter swipes the items off of a nearby shelf before crumbling into tears and hanging his head in sorrow.
It was a little jarring to see him playing the guitar.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it.
I would have liked to have some knowledge of this beforehand.
Yeah.
Because just seeing him just playing it, it's like, what the hell is this sequence?
Yeah, and it is sad, but it is a bit like, where'd the guitar come from?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that, I don't know if it's maybe just the swelling of the music and then the cutting back and forth.
Yeah.
I feel like they're really trying, and especially the way that this sequence ends, it's like, man, this really could have been really good.
Yeah.
But there's something missing with the performances. There's this odd thing of him just playing guitar suddenly. When it was much better for him to be looking at these photographs, I thought.
Yeah.
And if it has to end in anger, it can still end that way.
1,000%. Yeah.
Have the same bottle of vodka on the table and then have it lead from there and just swipe. I don't know. There's something that doesn't work here.
Yeah.
But we then return to Sarah, who cries into her pillow, caressing her own shoulder in comfort. Interspersed is a shot of Matt undergoing his treatment, his radiotherapy mask covering his face as he breathes rapidly, steeling himself to enter the linear accelerator. Because again, having all of these things, you have all the pieces.
It's heart-wrenching, yeah.
But later that night, we peer into Matt's basement bedroom as he lies sleeping in bed next to a flickering wax candle on his nightstand. The flame trembles in an unearthly breeze as a large shadow of a figure is cast against the wall, looming over Matt with a growl as it leans closer to his sleeping face. I feel like this scene is meant to go elsewhere, maybe when we learn for a reason for them not to have lights in the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it seemed very strange here. It's just like he's like burning a candle.
Yeah.
Like, and I know that you do that. I do that.
Right.
But for what we see later, it would make a lot more sense for this to happen then.
Yeah.
But upstairs in the den, Billy and Mary express their boredom to Wendy, who reclines in a chair with a book. When they ask her to play with them, she sarcastically suggests that they ask Matt instead. And almost on cue, Matt stumbles into the door frame with some real Jack Torrance / Josh from Insidious Chapter 2 energy. Repeating Wendy's words, "Yeah, why don't you ask Matt?"
Because you're scaring the hell out of us.
And I'm sorry, dude. That's a little fucked up of Wendy because she's clearly noticing something wrong with Matt for her to say it in that manner, for it to even be a joke.
Yeah.
But as he gazes down at the children, Wendy asks if he's okay, and Matt claims that he's outstanding. But noticing Matt's downright frightening demeanor, Wendy volunteers to play hide and seek with the kids, ushering them out of the room, but she has to call Matt's name to snap him out of his psycho peeper stupor, and he finally stands aside and allows them to exit the den. So also, I mean, when you think about it, not just Jack Torrance, not just Josh from Insidious, Amityville.
Yeah. I was a little confused because I'm like, okay, so is he possessed right now, or what is the...
I feel like we dabble.
Yeah, it almost feels like a dropped plot point.
Yeah.
Because it appears, at least from what we just saw in the basement, like a demon entered his body.
Right.
But then if you were looking forward to seeing some like possession or demonic shit going on with him,
Yeah.
this isn't the film.
Yeah.
Because literally the next time we see him, he's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm very confused. But the camera twists up the staircase in the point of view of the children as Wendy counts to 30 for the game of hide and seek with the children. She's like, I'll play, but I'm not counting to 60. That's fucking crazy. You'll be halfway to Wendy's by now.
Yeah.
Eating a Baconator or whatever. But when they make it to the top of the steps, Billy makes a beeline for the end of the hall where he finds the metal mouth of the dumbwaiter pulled open. Without fear or reservation, he climbs inside, pulling at the strap at the top to shut the doors. Before he can, Mary rushes over, noticing that there's room enough for both of them to hide, but Billy rejects her offer, urging her to find her own spot before pulling the doors closed.
This is why everybody fucking hates you, Billy.
Or he's lashing out because he's getting picked
Or
up.
that chicken egg, you know?
But when Wendy announces, "Ready or not, here I come," from the den, Mary locates another door, creaking it open and revealing a long, dark staircase leading up to the attic. She creeps her way up the stairs, pushing the door at the top open and climbing inside. As Billy spies the hall through a small strip of light in the dumbwaiter door, Mary inches forward through antiques and artifacts of the past, creaking over the old wooden planks of the floor. Billy settles back into the dumbwaiter, and as he does, we see a figure hunched over and silhouetted just behind him. It breathes raggedly, and Billy turns his head slowly towards the source of the sound. When his eyes reach the ghoulish figure, he's flooded with fear, screaming as he rushes for the dumbwaiter door. So, this negates everything that Popescu said, just in a sight right here.
Okay.
Which I didn't even realize until this moment, but he shouldn't see shit.
No.
Yeah. Huh.
And nobody else has, right?
No.
No, it's only been Matt.
Yeah.
Maybe they're like, look, Billy, you've been through enough. Help. Help us in this.
Upstairs, Mary is dealing with her own issues as she inches her way across the hardwood floor, and her foot suddenly crashes through it and into a cobwebbed crawl space above the second floor ceiling. Billy pounds on the dumbwaiter door, screaming to be let out, which Matt hears from the basement and Wendy hears on the first floor. She rushes up to the hall upstairs, reaching the dumbwaiter door as a shadow inside slowly descends upon Billy. But as soon as she touches the door, it seemingly opens on its own, and Billy comes tumbling out onto the ground. Consumed by his fear and unable to answer Wendy's questions regarding what happened, Billy just stands there as Wendy tends to Mary when she hears her screams emanating from above. She rushes into the attic, followed by Matt and Billy, and she tends to Mary, who sits stuck halfway into the floor. Wendy urges caution as the floorboards might be rotten, and Matt hilariously asks, "Rotten? Where?" Maybe where your cousin's fucking halfway?
Yeah.
There's a child stuck in the floor. And also, new rule, no more hide and seek.
No.
Yeah. We're done.
We can still have Wendy's, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, definitely.
That's on the table.
Yeah. Not a sponsor, but we're open to it. And also, not even, well, I guess it would be at least 30 seconds ago because Wendy counted or whatever, but he was just evil.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, let me help my cousin out of the thing and
Yeah,
help
yeah.
my brother." And where, he's just back part of the team.
He is pretty normal now.
But Matt pushes Billy away. Sorry, maybe.
Yeah, totally
Yeah,
normal.
not
He's
yet.
back to normal.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Got
always
this.
hated this kid. And he tells him to stay back as he kneels to Mary's side and carefully helps her leg out of the hole. But we see inside the space that she's crashed into as the camera pulls back with an eerie whisper, revealing a dingy old chest resting atop a stack of weathered and mildewed pages which are covered in grime and worms. Matt retrieves them from the hole, passing the chest to Wendy, who creaks the lid open, only to let it fall back closed as horror registers on her face after just a momentary peek inside. Billy asks what's in there, but Matt, understanding the gravity of their discovery, urges the children onward, telling them that playtime is over. But sometime later, Wendy and Matt cycle through the pictures together at the table in the den, having discovered another collection of post-mortem photographs. Wendy remarks the tragedy that this was probably the only time they ever had their photo taken. What a fucking odd angle to take.
She's like, imagine.
Yeah. They only had one picture. Can we talk about what we're looking at instead of like MySpace or whatever?
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel weird as well to say in 1987? Because I know
No,
that
she was getting like her glamour shots done at the mall.
Yeah.
She was like, they never got to do this.
But Matt discovers a smaller container inside of the chest, and he snags it, opening it up and staring at the contents inside in confusion. A pile of dried up, wrinkly, and seemingly organic matter. He and Wendy stare at it puzzled as Matt picks one up, only for him to receive a memory like a flash of lightning, the carved flesh of the corpses in the mortuary, and he tosses back the piece of what he now knows to be human flesh. But Wendy discovers another photograph, a boy seated at a table, only his face is obscured by a twisting, misshapen material emanating from his mouth and lurching upward to the top of the frame. Wendy remarks that these have to be fake, but when she passes the stack of photographs over to Matt, realization washes over him as his eyes clearly recognize the boy as Jonah and the table from the vision of the seance that he witnessed the other night at the dinner table. Wendy asks what it is, and when Matt plays coy, she demands that he just give her a chance and tell her the truth. Matt then flips through the photos, finding a clearer picture of Jonah at the center of the seance attendees, sharing with his cousin that he's seen this boy before. Wendy just responds, "Shut up."
Okay, Wendy. Okay. You asked for a shot, and that's what you did with it.
And that's exactly what Matt says.
That's crazy.
But she apologizes to him and urges him to continue. Matt does, explaining that he thought he was hallucinating, but he's seen this kid almost every day since they've been in this house. He says he'll wake up in the middle of the night and it feels like he's been inside of him, looking out through his eyes. He once again recites the poem from their childhood. One bright day in the middle of the night, two dead boys got up to fight. He states that he and Jonah are just two dead boys. Wendy wonders if their house might be haunted. And either way, she suggests that they need to find out who put these things under the floorboards and why. Matt asks how they're supposed to do that, and Wendy confides in him that there are these old buildings all over the country where secret knowledge is kept, known only as libraries.
That's good.
Yeah. They share a chuckle, and folks, we cut to a research scene.
Score just went up.
I am glad that I get it that he said it and then she was like, fuck off.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And he's like, see, you had your chance and you blew it. She did apologize and seemed to listen.
Mm-hmm.
There was no more, like, she didn't believe him. She did listen. I am glad we got that.
Yes.
Instead of her still being like, oh, no, yeah, I understand. And then she goes and tells his mom.
Which could have been.
Yeah.
But Wendy traces the aisles of a library, discovering old texts, cycling through old newspaper articles on a computer, and bringing all of her gathered information back to Matt at home. I had two thoughts during this scene. One is the fact that Matt didn't help her do any of the research.
Yeah.
And two, the fact that these computers, I don't know about 1987.
Oh, see, I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Because
I didn't even think about it like that.
I wanted some microfiche.
Yes,
Right.
we always want the microfiche.
But these were just articles on a screen.
Yeah, again, that's why I couldn't tell this was in the 80s.
No.
I didn't question phones, I didn't whatever, but I feel like there's enough that's just going on that keeps happening. You don't. Oh yeah. When would you have time to be on your phone, or when would you whatever?
Yeah.
Other than to call and be like, "Look, I'm being haunted."
Even one of those like the clamshell phones.
No, not those.
Those are timeless.
Yeah, no, not that. Not that.
But with her sources gathered on the table in front of him, Wendy goes through her evidence, starting first with an article titled, "A Case of Materialization. Local Man Conducts Psychical Research." A photo of Ramsey Aikman sits next to the text as he stands beside Jonah. In sepia-toned flashbacks of Aikman at work in the basement, Wendy explains who Aikman is and that this house was his mortuary, but she shares that he had a very interesting hobby, psychical research. She says that Matt's guy, the dead kid, was named Jonah. It's like a little tact.
Yeah.
Fuck. But she says that he was Aikman's assistant and a medium. Through snapshots of the seance from Matt's vision, Wendy claims that they would contact the dead through Jonah, and people came to have chats with their deceased relatives. But Aikman claimed to have discovered how to amplify the seances, so he wasn't only contacting the dead, he made something else appear. Ectoplasm. Matt has no idea what that is, so Wendy reads a definition from the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research. A mysterious protoplasmic substance streaming out of the body of mediums. She explains that this is what they saw covering Jonah's face in the photograph, adding that the photographs of ectoplasm often show a gelatinous material oozing from all of the natural orifices of the medium: mouth, ears, nose, eyes, and even the lower orifices.
Not the lower orifices.
Yeah.
She's like, I didn't bring those.
Well, even now when she's talking, I'm like, God damn, she found out a lot.
Yeah. She flips through photographs demonstrating this phenomenon, some fabricated for the production and some fabricated by charlatans in real life.
All right.
But the thing is that Aikman held all of his seances in this house, and Wendy claims that people came from all over to take part in them. Some clients even included Harvard professors. Aikman's and Jonah's seances were famous. Matt wonders what happened to him, and Wendy warns that this is where it gets a little weirder, and we cut to a newspaper article titled, "Seance of Death. 5 dead, 1 missing." But Wendy reveals that there was a seance held with Jonah as the medium, and afterward, all 4 sitters and Aikman were found dead with the cause of death unclear. Matt assumes Jonah must have killed them, but Wendy says that it was never solved and Jonah vanished, never to be seen again, until now. But the weirdest part, Wendy says, is that 30 years later in the 1950s, when the town expanded the highway, they did a detour through the county cemetery. Matt shares that he and Sarah have driven this road millions of times on the way to the hospital, and Wendy tells him that when they tried to relocate some of the old plots, they found that over 100 bodies were missing, and in their stead, they found empty coffins filled with sandbags, which triggers a cutscene from one of Matt's visions. The music rises tensely as Matt suggests that Aikman or Jonah must have stolen the bodies, and while he admits that he doesn't know why they would, he reveals that he might know somebody who does. I don't know why he would think Popescu would have any knowledge of this.
No.
Yeah, and I thought she just said that it was to amplify the seances.
It was, yeah.
But why?
It's like you weren't listening at all. Yeah. But later that night, pulling up to the Campbells' rented home and parking outside is Reverend Popescu. Once inside with Matt and Wendy, he inspects the photographic evidence of Jonah's seances, calling it remarkable and stating that though he's seen plenty of fakes, he's seen the real thing once in Paris, admitting that it was the most horrible thing that he's ever seen, but that it was nothing like this. He stops on the photograph of the ectoplasm obscuring Jonah's face in its gelatinous glory, and he remarks that Jonah must have been a very powerful medium.
Cornwell had said that in the screenplay in the script, ectoplasm was described as slimy bacon.
Ugh.
What?
Yeah. But he was talking about how important it was, the visual of the ectoplasm, because he was like, nobody has ever done ectoplasm the way that we do it in this film. Like, he was pretty adamant about that.
Yeah.
And he said that the marketing department wanted it on the poster for that reason, because it had never been depicted this way before. I mean, you remember it.
No, yeah. It does look cool, but
Never before.
yeah.
Are you stuck on the bacon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think that looks like bacon.
No. Not any bacon I want.
Yeah, no.
No, thank you.
But when Wendy pushes the chest that they found in the attic over to Popescu across the table, the Reverend reaches inside to find the small container that Matt discovered earlier. He opens it up, picking out a piece of the dried flesh and noticing small hairs dotting one side of it. When asked, Popescu reveals to Matt and Wendy that filling the container are dozens of human eyelids. He explains that they're used for necromancy, corpse bothering.
Horrific.
Yeah.
And when Matt picked it up, I was like, I don't know why I just didn't make the connection at all.
Yeah.
But then when you see the hair on the other side, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
eyelashes.
In a flashback, we watch as two figures empty a coffin of its inhabitant, and Popescu derides necromancy as a loathsome form of magic, seeking power through control of the dead via the relics of their bodies. When Matt asks why eyelids, Popescu posits that we traditionally close the eyes of the dead so that they can rest in darkness, but removing them keeps their eyes open and forces them to see. Popescu ponders if Aikman intended them to be watchmen or guardians of the house, or of his secrets. But he says that either way, somewhere are the bodies that belong to these people, and Aikman used them, potentially as a way to enhance Jonah's power. Wendy offers knowledgeably. Well, he amplified the seances, so.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, that tracks.
I did all the research, so.
She did.
Give her flowers.
I picked the numbers. But Popescu concurs that Aikman was able to accomplish this through some form of ritual or desecration. And Matt remembers his visions of Aikman carving Latin phrases into the flesh of corpses on his mortuary table. Popescu imagines they're probably buried outside of the house, and he suggests that they pray for all the poor souls who died here, and for Jonah too. It's a very odd line and clear attempt of misdirection for him to say, I bet all the bodies are outside.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense for him to say that there.
No.
Except for that.
Yeah.
Right. And he's very calm for seeing all this evidence, whatever we're telling him. And he is explaining and saying stuff, but he's like extremely calm.
He's
Yeah.
just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, are you not worried? Because we are.
Yeah. And what a convenience, not only to meet a priest during your treatment, but to meet a priest who also has expert knowledge of
Yeah.
ectoplasm and necromancy. But the trio clasp hands, and the camera finds them from above, their arms joined together over their macabre mountain of evidence. But as soon as Matt touches Popescu's hand, he experiences black and white flashes of Jonah's seance from 1920. He returns there, sat at the table, peering through Jonah's eyes at the gathered attendants, holding their hands. He trembles, shaking and drooling, as Aikman looks on and the voices of spirits echo around them. Jonah receives flashes of post-mortem photographs as the gathered attendees clutch his hands and peer at him from around the table. His eyes open forcefully as he's overwhelmed and collapses onto the tablecloth in front of him. The attendees watch as Jonah begins to gurgle and liquid pours from his mouth. He lurches back up, seizing, as Aikman looks on, smiling a sick grin as Jonah throws his head back, drool dripping from his lips as an amorphous and gelatinous form wriggles from his mouth, rising upward, twisting, splitting and glowing a vibrant gold. The attendees watch in terror as in the present day, Popescu and Wendy plead with Matt to come back to them and snap out of his daze, but his head falls back and his eyes roll to whites. But Jonah witnesses flashes of fire, singed spirits, and corpses standing amongst the flames, snarling at him before the writhing ectoplasm burns brightly, seizing upon the fearful faces of the seance attendants. But Matt finally returns to himself, whimpering and gasping against Reverend Popescu, just as Sarah returns home, rushing into the den. She cries out to Matt, who sits in a state of distress, pulling him away from Popescu, demanding to know who he is and what he's doing in their house. Popescu weakly explains that he's a reverend, and Wendy adds that they asked him to be here. Over Sarah's repeated cries for him to get out, Popescu mumbles that they met at the hospital where he's receiving treatment, admitting that it's hard to explain, but Sarah urges him to try. The priest states that he believes there's something evil in this house, something evil that hasn't passed over, and it wants Matt. He warns how dangerous this situation is for someone who's as close to death as Matt is. Sarah rejects this, and while Popescu is as hopeful as she is for Matt's treatment, he asks if she hasn't felt something strange in this house. Sarah refuses to cop to anything that she's witnessed in Matt's changed behavior, forcing Popescu out by telling him that she appreciates his efforts, but that this is not the type of help that they need right now. Popescu understands, handing her his card and telling her that she's not alone, before slinking away and nodding a farewell to Matt and Wendy.
This would be wild for her to walk in on, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't even know this guy.
No. And, I mean, the discovery, look at what's on the table.
Yeah.
I think it's that. And I don't know why Wendy's not saying anything, like, because you're part of this. So
Yeah, all she said was, we told him to come here.
Yeah.
And then she just...
Yeah, explain a little more.
That's all she had.
As Homer Simpson's into the bushes. I will say, as I had mentioned earlier, this idea of this seance, the necromancy, all of that, it was added by the screenwriters because the made-up story that the Warrens' nephew, I believe, came up with was, I guess, Lorraine had sensed something when she went into the basement. And, of course, everyone already knew that it was a mortuary.
Yeah.
But when she went down there, she was, like, sensing something really dark there. And so the nephew said that the morticians must have also been having sex with the bodies.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
So that was his story.
Yeah.
And
That was a leap.
That was,
I
Yeah.
was not expecting that.
it's like, of all the things, there could be tons of things. Eating the bodies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, can we start
yeah.
there? But he's like, no, they're,
Yeah.
And so even on the documentary I watched that was on the fucking Blu-ray for this film, they had him saying that, and then they cut to a former employee of the mortuary,
God.
and she
Wow.
said everything was monitored. There's no way that any of that could have happened.
Wow.
Thankful for that.
Yes.
That they were at least able to be like, no, that didn't happen.
No, because they literally used the name of the actual
Oh my
mortuary
God.
in the documentary.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'd be pissed.
yeah. But the screenwriters are like, so necromancy okay with everyone?
Yeah.
But that night, after a shot of the mural of a bird on Wendy's wall, we find her tossing and turning in her sleep in the darkness. Suddenly, the flutter of wings overtakes the room as a flock of birds surround Wendy, and their shadows take flight over her bed, accompanied by an eerie and ghostly moan.
That looks cool.
Yes. I like this a lot. Also, I did notice that the bird on the wall is now a different color,
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
which is pretty neat.
Yeah.
But the sights and sounds disappear as soon as a bird seemingly crashes against Wendy's bedroom window from the outside, startling her awake. She peers over at the drapes of the window, which ripple in the night breeze, but somehow she discovers what appears to be a bird flapping its wings flightlessly under her bed, obscured by her sheets. She peeks over the edge of her bed before crouching down onto the floor, cautiously reaching for her sheets as the bird continues to struggle. But before she can lift it, and as the camera presses in on the motion of the bird, the shot is suddenly disturbed by a shadowy figure who steps into frame with a musical sting. Wendy screams, cowering in her bed, looking up to see the silhouetted figure standing in her doorway, its burned and bloody hands the only part of it peeking out from the shadows. Wendy reaches for the lamp on her nightstand, switching it on and pointing it towards her door, only to discover darkness there and nothing more. She drops to the floor, casting the light underneath her bed and finding no sign of the wounded bird. Wings continue to flap as we're treated to shots of empty corridors within the house before witnessing a sinister shadow darting past the moonlight pouring in through the upstairs windows. I liked this sequence.
Yeah.
No, I did too.
I was screaming when the birds were attacking. I was like, I'm awake. Like, you guys, you've got to stop.
But in her bedroom, Sarah rests in her bed, turning over and clutching her blankets to her. But heavy footsteps break through the silence of the evening, and Sarah's eyes open as she calls out, assuming it to be Peter. Which is wild. I was like, don't fucking walk in the house like this at this hour.
Yeah.
But when he doesn't respond, Sarah asks if it's Matt instead. Still receiving no answer, she sits up in bed, reaching for her lamp. But as soon as she switches it on, a ghoulish and carved cadaver sits next to her, covered in ragged clothing and peering at her through milky white eyes. Sarah shrieks, cowering into her bed, before jumping out of it and rushing for the light switch on the wall. She turns back around slowly and fearfully, only to find that she's all alone in her bedroom. But outside of the house, Peter very clumsily pulls his beaten-up car into the driveway, parking behind Sarah's station wagon. As he steps out of the car, he looks up at the house, and once he discovers lights emanating from each of the windows, he heads inside, furious. He shouts, "Hello? Anybody home? All the lights are on."
John Paul Core.
I was upset myself. All the lights are on.
He knocks over, demanding to know why all the lights are on, calling it ridiculous, before smashing light switches on the first floor with a heavy hand to turn them off. Wendy wakes up, gathering with the children on the landing as Peter continues his incensed and clearly intoxicated inquiry. Sarah ushers Wendy and the children into her bedroom, closing the door behind her and locking it, remarking that Peter has been drinking.
It's when she whisks them away.
Uh-huh.
She's like, he's been drinking.
Yeah.
It's like, dude. Ugh.
Yeah.
Matt wakes up in the basement as Peter climbs the stairs to the second floor, sarcastically suggesting for them to just build a fire and throw money into it instead. Sarah huddles with her family on her bed as Peter fumes that he has to pay the mortgage, and now he's paying rent. I do want to point out that Sarah does have a job. He's not doing this alone.
Yeah.
But he shuts off another light, shouting, "Here's another one!" He makes his way to Sarah's bedroom and kicks the door open. He reaches for the light fixture above the bed as his family eyes him fearfully, painstakingly unscrewing each of the light bulbs and tearing the lamp from Sarah's nightstand to unplug it before screaming, "There! Sleep in the dark!" He slams the door behind him, leaving Sarah to catch her breath, but we watch as he goes into every room in the house, gathering each and every light bulb and taking them to the kitchen sink. He tosses them in, shattering them and taunting, "Lights out!"
This is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Watching this again, I had a couple memories of visuals. I didn't really remember what was going on narratively at this point, but I'm like, okay, so this is a really clumsy and shitty way to leave us plunged in darkness for later on.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this was just a lot.
It was, and it doesn't work for me because we haven't seen any form of aggression from this dude before. He's been pretty chill, you know what I mean, most of the time.
Yeah.
He's very quiet. And they are going through shit, which doesn't excuse any of this behavior.
Yeah.
But we've not seen any of this from him before.
Well, I guess it's supposed to be the alcohol has turned him into a monster, or this is who he is when he drinks, or I just, again, this payoff, it's just not earned. I don't know. I just don't. The whole side plot, it does not work for me.
No.
I will say in the documentary, the one that was on the Discovery Channel, they had a scene where the character that is Matt and the character that is Billy, firstly, they shared the room in the basement in real life.
Okay.
But I guess the father and the family got tired of them leaving all the lights on, so he took out all the lights in the basement except for one lamp. And that is, I think, what they've tried to turn very dramatic here.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So the whole alcoholism, that's all invented?
Yeah, that was not in the documentary.
Okay, yeah. It feels like it. It feels very clunky.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, for the 15th time. I don't like it. But if the air quoting real story is that the family is experiencing this haunting and the father is leaving the boys in the dark in the basement. Like, I know that even if you're haunted, the electric bill is still due. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But if there is ever a reason for these boys to be leaving this light on, I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
That's crazy.
And at this point in the haunting in the documentary, they were hearing voices in the basement all the goddamn time.
Oh,
He's like, turn the fucking light off.
You're going to pay the bill? But Matt watches his father from the bottom of the basement stairs as he stumbles out of the house and down the front steps of the porch. Sarah follows him out, admonishing him for his actions, calling it childish and stupid, and telling him that all he's done is scare everyone inside. Peter reaches for his wife affectionately in apology, but Sarah rejects his absurd advances. She seethes that this family needs his strength, not his self-pity. She warns him that if he gets drunk again, not to come home before she heads back inside alone. Peter hangs his head in shame before walking away and back to his vehicle. So drunk driving for the second time tonight.
Yeah.
So we're letting him drive off?
Yep.
Yeah. That's, again, I don't understand.
No.
I'm stressed.
But we get a beautiful shot of the full moon beaming its brilliant light in the night sky before returning inside where the entire Campbell family, sans Peter, slumbers in the dark. This family can get over everything.
Yeah.
We had, I think it was 3 ghostly sightings tonight, and then this ordeal with Peter.
Right.
And we're like, all right, everybody go to bed.
Do you know how exhausting being haunted is, dude?
But suddenly, the sound of an old radio cuts through the silence, stuttering on through static and awakening everyone in the house. Blue beams of electricity belch from every light fixture in the house as well, flashing brightly as telephones begin to ring, televisions flash incomprehensible images, and the family frightfully exits their respective bedrooms to join Sarah in her bed. So yes, the entire family dispersed to their own bedrooms after all of that. It's just wild.
It's weird.
But just as this shocking display began, it suddenly ceases, leaving the Campbell clan in confusion as they huddle together in bed. But we cut to some time later, where outside the house, Reverend Popescu ascends the walkway. It feels like an homage to The Exorcist.
Yes.
Which we all appreciate.
Oh, yeah.
But he approaches the front door of the house where Sarah is waiting, watching him from the window. She opens the door for him, apologizing and claiming that she just didn't know who else to call. Popescu assures her that it's all right, and Sarah, standing in the doorway, asks if he's sure that he's feeling up for this. Popescu, who appears worse for wear, qualifies that at the very least, he feels that he's in the proper state to traffic with ghosts.
Did anybody else think he was dead?
Oh, shit.
Oh.
That would have been wild.
When he said that, I was like, oh, I figured out the twist and now.
But he makes his way inside, and we see that Sarah has replaced every light bulb in the house, and she guides him into the well-lit den.
Oh, so that's not a plot point. Oh,
No.
okay. Okay.
Because I literally wrote in my script, I was like, well, that's going to be convenient.
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
But Popescu takes out a case, removing a small crucifix from it. Sarah asks him what it is, and he explains that it's a crucifix made from iron magnets, claiming that iron defends from evil, adding that it's no coincidence that prisons have iron bars to not merely contain the body, but the evil that may lurk within it.
And it helps us play.
Hello, Joe! That clown bed was fucking frightening. Dude. That was nightmare fuel as a child. But Popescu moves through the room slowly, his breathing labored as he raises his crucifix to the walls. He explains to Sarah that he's searching for where Aikman died, and he shares that sometimes when death is violent or filled with anger or fear or any strong emotion, it's as if the spirit doesn't pass on. He says this is why they cover mirrors, light candles, and open the shades so that the dead can find their way out. But he states that a house with a trapped soul isn't so much haunted as it is possessed. He makes his way over to the doorframe leading into the basement, learning not only that it's Matt's bedroom, but it's where Aikman and Jonah used to do their business. Popescu urges Sarah to keep the children upstairs as he descends the steps. Once in the basement, he discovers Matt shivering alone in his bed. Sarah follows Popescu down immediately, so fuck the kids, I guess.
Yeah.
He just asked you. But Popescu spies a silhouette through the door to the mortuary, noting that he's here, and acknowledging that Matt is able to see him too. Sarah can't, however, but Popescu states that this is a good thing. It means she's healthy and strong. She shouldn't see anything. She already saw an apparition tonight.
Yeah.
She did. A lot of people did.
A lot of people did. Billy saw one in the dumbwaiter.
Yeah.
Really playing fast and loose with the rules here. But Popescu enters the mortuary, and Sarah rushes to Matt's bedside, cradling him. Chains rattle eerily in the mortuary as Popescu approaches the open door of the dumbwaiter. He understands that this is where the spirit is trapped, and he assures them that they're not going to punish him, no matter what he's done. He's only here to free him, like a bird caught in a room. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just then, the doors begin to snap shut, pulling themselves open to slam over and over again in a metal screech. He backs out of the mortuary slowly as shadowy flocks of birds overtake the house and doors all over open and slam shut on every floor. Through the clatter and noise, Popescu ponders another way in to find the body to free the spirit, eventually making his way into an adjoining room and crouching down in the dark to reach his hand through a small hole in the wall. He lifts a metal grate inside of the opening and reaches his hand beneath it, discovering a pile of ash and bone. The lights flicker around Matt and Sarah, and unbeknownst to them, a badly burned figure approaches them through the flashes of light.
I do want to ask, all this is going on, the lights are flickering, the steel doors are slamming. Does mom still not hear this? Sarah still not, like, she doesn't hear the doors banging together, the chains that were rattling, like, there's no reaction from her.
She's just kind of holding on to Matt.
Yeah.
And just kind of there.
I also feel like somebody should have gone with this ailing man to take care of this.
That's true.
Because he, like, was struggling walking up the driveway.
Yeah. Well, he's got it.
I'll be fine.
But the figure looms menacingly over them, leaning in closer to Matt's face, as Popescu gathers the collected remains into a white cloth, blessing them, and as he struggles to reach his feet, he carries them stumbling out of the house. Just as he crosses the threshold, the lights return, and seemingly, so does a bit of serenity, as Wendy holds the children close to her upstairs, and Sarah soothes her anxious son. Checking the time, I was like, oh, this isn't over.
Yeah, I think that was, I think I had text your sister when I was working on it, and I was like, so I've got 22 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
How? Yeah.
There's no way.
I was like, how?
I will say, oddly, this film has 8 minutes of credits.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, but, they're pretty cool. We'll talk about it. But later, Sarah walks Popescu to his car, where he places the remains in the back seat. He assures Sarah that Matt should be fine now, but warns her that a day or two after something like this, strange events occur, like aftershocks from an earthquake. He tells her not to be alarmed, as it should pass in a day or two at the most.
How many times have you done this?
Great question.
Yeah.
Well, he was at a seance in France, he said. He's fucking doing this his whole life.
I guess.
Yeah. But I thought he said that was the only real one.
I don't know how long he's been doing this. But down in the basement, however, Matt peers up at the window where Jonah crouches, his eyes wide white circles etched into his burned flesh as he stares down at Matt from the outside.
Jonah hating from outside the club. I don't know. I don't know what this is. What this means for us.
Yeah.
It's an odd choice.
It is.
It's like we said no Jonahs.
Yeah.
We're allowed to have one. But Sarah hugs Popescu tightly, thanking him for his help, and he jokes that he wishes he could say it was his pleasure. And as he coughs, he climbs into the driver's seat of his car. Sarah asks if he's okay to drive, and as peaceful piano plays in the score, he assures her that they're all in God's hands before pulling away. But at the previous Campbell home, Peter collects the tapes that he scattered when he trashed the house in a drunken haze. As he combs through the cassettes, he finds one and places it into the player. On it, a very young Matt announces that it's only 5 sleeps until Parents' Day. He declares that he can't wait and that he has a lot to show his father, excited to show him how he shoots a bow and arrow, how far he can swim, and he says that they're even having a father-son race. He knows it'll be great and is sure that the two of them can beat all the others, joking unless Peter is too old and broken down. Which is like, goddamn. Yeah. But he bids his father goodbye on the tape, and the camera arcs around Peter, who smiles sincerely at his son's words from the past.
But even this, I don't understand. Why are you putting this in this late in the movie? We should have seen stuff like this earlier.
The timing is weird. I don't know if this is supposed to get us back to sympathizing with him after his fucking episode with the light bulbs. I don't know, but it is odd. The placement is odd.
I feel like it's meant to be a callback to the conversation they had when Peter ruined dinner.
All right, yeah.
But it's been so long.
Right.
And so much stuff has happened that it's like, oh yeah,
right.
There was a connection there.
Okay.
But back at the rented house, Sarah sits with Wendy and the children, promising them that whatever was here is gone now and that everything is going to be all right.
Well, he did mention aftershocks.
Yeah.
So it could last a few days.
It's like for about 48 hours, we need to be really careful.
It's going to be touch and go for a while. Maybe we should go to a hotel. But
no shit. Yeah.
Was anybody else annoyed that nobody's with Matt right now?
Yeah. What is this family,
I don't know.
Downstairs in the basement, Matt awakens in his bed, the wet sounds of fresh wounds squelching with every movement as he sits up, and we see that the flesh of his hands, face, and neck bear Aikman's Latin carvings. He screams in horror, alerting Sarah, who rushes downstairs alone to face her frightened son who stands at his bedside. Sarah unbuttons Matt's shirt to discover his entire torso covered in cryptic carvings as well, and overcome, she cries, "God, what have you done to yourself?" Fuck off.
I threw my pen down. Mom, it's non-contact dermatitis. I did not do this. I didn't fucking do I was fuming.
It's very wild to assume that just right off the bat.
So you are fucking telling me that as soon as I walk Popescu outside, she thinks that he just did all of this? It's on his back. It's on his chest.
Yeah.
His
literally,
arms.
logistically, there's no way.
And well, why? Why would I do this to myself?
And I'm sorry, didn't we just see a fucking corpse on our bed carved exactly like this?
Yep.
And weren't we just told about aftershocks that could last 24 to 48 hours?
Where's Dad?
Yeah. She's like, Matt, why?
I was pissed.
But we cut to Matt being loaded into an ambulance outside of the Campbell home. Wendy rushes Sarah's purse to her, and Sarah tells her niece that she's going to follow the ambulance. But once they get back, they're all getting out of the house. Why not now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, you stay with the kids in this haunted house.
Yeah. Or we could all go to the fucking hospital.
That too.
But
Yeah.
I was a little surprised that everybody could see the cuts on him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Inside the ambulance, an uncredited paramedic peels back the blanket covering Matt and discovers the weeping wounds that cover his entire body. But on his way home, Popescu looks up at his rearview mirror and through it catches Jonah's reflection staring back at him. After almost swerving into oncoming traffic, Popescu accidentally goes off-roading, leaping over fucking side streets.
Yeah.
Before finally stopping at, I think, in a ditch or something.
Yeah.
You took a spirit out of a house and put it in your backseat, and then you're so surprised that a spirit is in your backseat that you fucking drive off the road. Have you done this before or not?
I don't know. He's catching air like Crazy Taxi.
Yeah.
It was wild.
They tip more for that.
The ghost?
Yeah.
Take me to the church.
That's all I was thinking, dude. Just listening to The Offspring.
Yeah.
But Popescu slowly turns around to face a charred Jonah, who sits in his back seat, moaning and groaning incomprehensibly, until Popescu's mind is filled with visions of Jonah's last seance in the house. But at the hospital, Matt shares a room with strung-out Guy, played by Matt Kippen. As Matt sits up, Jonah appears from behind the Guy, and Matt climbs out of his bed to meet him, his wounds seemingly healed quite a bit from the last time we saw him. Those carvings are like they're gone.
Yeah.
But as he rushes over to Jonah, he wordlessly expresses something to Matt, and through thumping heartbeats, we're taken back to Popescu's car, where we see that both Matt and the Reverend are given the same vision. We watch the seance go awry in 1920, the ectoplasm rising from Jonah's lips, glowing a bright gold and setting the room ablaze, knocking Jonah unconscious. When he awakes, he's surrounded by the smoldering corpses of the attendants, and as he reaches his feet, stumbling around in confusion, he rushes over to the side of the dying Aikman, who warns Jonah through staggered breaths that they'll be after him now. A voice whispers, "Get out." And Jonah comes face to face with a shrieking spirit with long white hair. Amityville, again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he rushes out of the basement as objects whip after him, fighting his way up the stairs to the second floor where doors clatter all around him and the walls transfer into the carved flesh of Aikman's cadavers. With nowhere to go, Jonah climbs into the dumbwaiter, screaming for help, as we witness a montage of Aikman's depravity, his etchings, his collected eyelids, Jonah's forced seances. The music rises dramatically as the dumbwaiter reaches the basement, but as soon as Jonah climbs out, he finds himself in the incinerator. I don't mean to question the path of this dumbwaiter, but that's fucking wild for that to be the word.
The destination.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you ever need to move a body from the second floor down to the dumbwaiter? I mean, down into the fucking incinerator. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I guess maybe if the rest of it was used kind of like a hospital
Or something.
you know what I mean? Maybe if there was like a chute to help move bodies, but it is weird that it's connected.
Because I thought, that's not what I thought dumbwaiters were for.
No, not at all. And I do want to say, if the ghosts are after you now, what were y'all doing to these ghosts?
Yeah.
That they're this fucking pissed off that as soon as they got the chance, they're coming for you.
Yeah.
And I gotta be honest, man, I understand where Aikman is the evil one. This is supposed to be the story.
Right.
But Jonah was sitting there right next to him while he's carving up these bodies.
He was.
He was watching.
And it doesn't seem like there was any kind of pushback.
Right.
I would love a little more of what the hell was going on here because I still feel like I don't fully understand.
Right.
No. And who is Jonah to him anyway? Is he Jonah Aikman? Is he his son?
I don't know.
Good,
He's just
good
a
question.
boy that lives there. I don't know.
Just out playing stickball one day. And Aikman's like, hey, you got powers or something? Just brings him inside. I want to know the story.
How do you find that?
I don't know. But the doors slam shut around Jonah, and the flames rise around him. In the present day, Jonah's pale blue eyes peer at Matt and Popescu, who whimpers in his car, tears streaming down his face. He opens the driver's side door, tumbling to the ground, as the wind suddenly whips around him, scattering Jonah's ashes into the atmosphere. I understand this, concurrent vision, but maybe after his spirit is released is when Matt sees him at the hospital.
That
Okay.
makes more sense.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm everywhere.
I'm Visa. But back at the house, Wendy checks in on Mary, who asks her where Matt is. Wendy tells her that he's at the hospital, but assures her that the doctors are going to take good care of him. Mary nods as Wendy takes a bite of an apple that I didn't know she had, but as soon as she does, she rushes to the sink, spitting it out.
How do you like them apples?
She sets the apple on the table, and we see the inside of it is black and rotten. Wendy rushes over to the refrigerator, tearing the door open and discovering every item inside is covered in white, fuzzy layers of mold. She clasps her hand over her mouth in a gasp before cleaning out all of the offending items and taking them outside in a leaking bag to the trash cans.
This was creepy.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is more aftershock situation or maybe just like a bunch of spirits being around the food. I don't know, but I did find it creepy. I do have to point out, though, that when she's upstairs talking to the kids, there is light coming in through the window. It's daytime. And then when she comes outside, it's still night. I thought it was the next day, but it's not. So I don't know if this was a scene that was supposed to be somewhere else, which I feel like we're kind of feeling a lot.
Yeah.
But I just had to point that out because I was like, what the hell? What the hell?
But we cut to Wendy immediately afterward in the shower, and as water sprays warmly from the shower head, Wendy is unable to hear the telephone ringing downstairs. As she washes her hair, none the wiser, Popescu has made it past Sarah's jovial answering machine greeting to leave a message for the Campbell family. We find him inside of a telephone booth, cars whizzing around him as he declares that he made a terrible mistake. Aikman didn't cut off the eyelids of the corpses to make the dead see, but to make them unseen. He says that all of those missing bodies, all those souls in torment, are still there, still inside the house.
Were you silent or were you silenced? That's what that felt like.
It also feels like, where the fuck are you getting any of this?
Yeah, because we just watched.
I saw the same vision as
Yeah,
you.
I saw a boy get burned in the incinerator.
Yeah, that's
A
it.
boy of questionable origin.
Yeah. And questionable morals as well. But he says that even more. Jonah wasn't evil. He was trying to free these spirits, and Popescu removed him. He cries that all that's left is the rage of these spirits, and they must get out of the house now.
And the spirits are like, now that he's told them, we get time to fuck shit up.
That's our cue.
Yeah.
But the camera cuts to shots of empty rooms and corridors inside the house as Wendy misses this very important message, but doesn't forget to wash her legs, which is very important, and everyone should be doing this. Oh my God.
Literally.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But do it with the washcloth or a
Please.
loofah.
This is a step in the right direction. But Wendy shuts off the water, collecting herself before attempting to step out of the shower, only for the curtain to seize around her, squeezing her tightly against her struggling and screams, before pulling her out of the tub and crashing to the floor. She struggles to catch her breath, pulling herself from the curtain and throwing it across the room. I thought those oxygen tents were supposed to give you sexual powers. What the hell is this? It's betrayal.
It really is.
But Sarah paces alone in Dr. Brooks's office as the fluorescent lights buzz above her. Suddenly, Peter bursts into the room and Sarah turns to face him. His eyes red and his face sullen, Peter offers a whispered apology, which Sarah accepts with her embrace, telling him tearfully that it's okay and that he's here now.
I'm a little confused by this timeline because Peter showed his ass, drove drunk all the way back home.
Yeah.
Had his moment at home, drove all the way back out. Like, when it's far,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 4 hours, something?
Yeah.
I'm just a little, I mean, that's 8 hours. I don't know.
And it's still night? It's still the same
it's
night.
Still,
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused, because it is, right?
I don't know.
But then again, maybe the healing of his wounds was the passage of time?
Nah, because she
I
never came back to the
know.
house.
But then Popescu, he would have had to immediately have called when he discovered the thing about Jonah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she never came back because she said, I'm following him to the hospital, and then when I come back, we're leaving. And Wendy's like, I'm going to eat some rotten fruit and take a shower.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Huh.
It doesn't add up to me.
Let's just
Yeah.
let's keep going.
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah. But Brooks joins them, assuring them that Matt is safe and comfortable. But he says that they ran his panels, and he's afraid that it's not good news. He says that Matt's cell count is worse than it was before. As Sarah crumbles into sobs, Brooks puts it simply: the treatment has had no effect. Distraught, Peter asks how long Matt has to live. Brooke concludes that with these numbers, he doesn't know what's keeping Matt alive now, suggesting that Matt could go tonight and that there's no way of knowing for sure.
Okay. Great bedside manner.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
But after being the unfortunate bearer of bad news, Brooks honors the Campbells' request to go see their son. He takes them to Matt's room, but as soon as they open the door, they find the strung-out guy rocking slowly in his bed, harshly whispering, "One bright day in the middle of the night, two dead boys got up to fight."
He was tearing it up.
He was.
It was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. He said, "This is my moment. Make it count."
And just logistically, did Matt teach this to him before he left?
Yeah.
Like, is he haunted as well?
Yeah.
Because he's in treatment too? I don't understand.
I guess. I would have preferred maybe two boys left from here. Something instead of you
like
wrapping it.
Talking.
Or,
Yeah.
I saw two dead boys.
Two
Or
dead boys left from here. Two boys look something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Instead
was
of
like,
freestyling.
yeah. I was like, what is this? It took me straight up out of what was going on.
it came across really funny, and then the way the
Oh,
scene
God.
ends, I was like, "What the fuck am I watching?"
But behind the patient, the screen of the window has been torn open, and Matt is nowhere to be found. Brooks assures Sarah and Peter that Matt couldn't have gotten far, and reaches for a nearby phone to alert security to check the premises. But we watch as the camera follows Matt in a tracking shot, and he has gotten quite far. Running through the trees and howling wind as the whispers of the poem grow louder and much more aggressive.
He's halfway to Wendy's by now. But just the complete lack of accountability, or even really surprised that
Yeah.
Matt has broken out.
Yeah.
Like, he can't be. It's fine.
We are never coming back to this hospital.
But back at the house, Wendy peers through a window and into the backyard, where laundry on a clothesline whips around in the wind. It flows upward, and when it sails back down, Wendy notices Matt stalking towards her from a distance, somehow carrying an axe that I don't know where he got it.
Oh my God.
But she calls out to him, and he doesn't reply, marching on a mission towards the back door. She rushes inside, slamming the door behind her, and attempts to lock it. But before she can, Matt's axe crashes through the pale white wood of the door. Wendy screams, rushing into the kitchen with Mary and taking her to the bottom of the stairs, suggesting that they play a game of hide and seek. Mary rushes off to hide, and Wendy rushes into the den, where she finds Billy and hustles him out of there as Matt approaches. I think, firstly, I understand protecting the children from what it seems to be happening.
Yeah.
But Mary's hiding spot of choice was the cabinet in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And so she just runs right, like, what if she did? Like, you got to be a little clearer.
Yeah.
We're playing upstairs only, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No dumbwaiters.
No. We learned the hard way. But Wendy cowers against the wall that Matt scratched bloody days earlier. She pleads with him not to hurt her, but Matt raises the axe and brings it down into the wall, crashing through the wood and revealing the pallid face of one of Aikman's carved cadavers.
I read in the production notes that Amanda Crew said he almost hit her with that axe.
Oh, shit.
That was the second take, and she wasn't acting scared. She was scared because she almost got hit in the face.
God damn.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Oh, and I should have mentioned when he's fucking marching towards the thing and he hits the door with the axe.
Take a shot.
Yeah.
The Shining.
And her name's Wendy.
Oh, shit.
So did he figure out this wall thing too from that flashback?
I think that they got like a deluxe flashback that we didn't pay for it. We didn't upgrade.
All right.
We just got the basic flashback.
But low piano keys sound in the score as the corpse stares vacantly out of the wall, and Matt seizes Wendy and Billy, forcing them out of the room. As he pushes them outside, Mary is suddenly there too somehow. I don't know how they did that. But Matt gives them an order. Whatever you do, don't let them put out the fire. Wendy asks what about him, and Matt replies cryptically that he's already dead before slamming the door. We cut to Sarah and Peter exiting the hospital, but we return sharply to Matt at home, frantically collecting all of the furniture to barricade all of the entrances and exits to the house. After he's done, he returns to the den, hacking at the walls with his axe. Intercut with the blade crashing through the wood are shots of Aikman at work in his mortuary, blood and embalming fluid pouring onto the floor, families gathered for post-mortem photographs, silhouetted spirits standing solemnly in the halls, flesh marred with Latin engravings, fire and death and misery. Matt continues swinging the axe, carved corpses covered in bandages tumbling out of the walls and onto the floor. We get shots of a graveyard, Jonah's scarred and charred visage staring back at us as Matt brings the axe into the opposite wall again and again until the camera pulls back to reveal about a dozen bodies stacked together behind the ruined remains of the wall.
Do you think it stunk in there?
Hell yeah, I don't understand. Firstly, how do these bodies still look so good from 1920?
They
Right.
do.
Are those fucking etchings like some kind of... Well, they are
Well,
some
yeah,
kind
they
of spell.
are.
Yeah.
Is it some kind of magic or something? Like,
That might have something.
yeah, maybe that's why they don't stink too. Maybe it's a funk spell.
Fair point.
No, it
Fair point.
probably is. There's a lot of them on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't take time to read all that. I was focusing on the main actions.
Right.
I will say that shot is very cool, though.
Yeah.
But Matt seems to recognize some of the corpses from the post-mortem photography as their bodies tumble out, and in quick flashes, Matt is replaced momentarily by Jonah. So I guess he's possessed right now?
Okay.
Yes.
But Matt returns to the basement, collecting bottles of formaldehyde and bringing them up to the den, throwing them against the walls, shattering the glass and drenching the room in the flammable liquid. He douses the corpses in the last bottle, hurling it to the ground in a crash once it's emptied. The camera then finds him in the center of the room as he strikes a match, but we see that it's not Matt, but Jonah who holds it in his hand before tossing it and igniting everything around him. But we return to Matt, who tears off his shirt, seemingly even more healed from his recent wounds, as he tosses furniture into the flames as kindling, and the music kind of grows industrial, not really meeting the moment, but it does pick up properly when it's joined by orchestral strings. Matt crumbles to the floor, interspersed with shots of Jonah in the same position as he reaches into the chest he found in the attic, He feeds the famished flames with photographs and eyelids, and he stands in the center of the room as the fire rages around him, the room beginning to warp, shifting into the carved flesh of Aikman's cadavers, as suddenly the spirits of the bodies surround him in a circle. Outside, however, Sarah and Peter arrive home with the police escort, Wendy and the children waiting outside to greet them. Reverend Popescu rocks up as well, because why not? And he doesn't, he walks, there's no car.
Yeah.
So he just walked all the way.
The car's in a ditch.
So he didn't get far.
No, I guess not. And again, it has to be the same night.
Yeah.
Sarah doesn't understand, as she thought this was over, but Popescu explains that Matt is ending it now with fire to unbind the spirits. He told you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24 to 48 hours. But Sarah tries to push her way into the house, but uncredited police officers hold her back. Inside, however, Matt is encircled by the carved faces of the dead, their milky eyes watching as he sinks to the floor. And in a POV shot, we watch as their hands reach out to cover him. Matt's screams carry outside, and Peter takes this opportunity to rush past the police officers and onto the porch, but he's quickly corralled as he shouts for his son. Sarah, however, is able to slink past everyone, pushing her way into the house through the front door. I don't know if it's just me, but it was pretty clear that these corpses are protecting him, right? I didn't think that they were seizing upon him.
I did it first. I was like, why are you mad at him? He's helping you.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
But they look like they're gathered around him. The fire's burning around him, and they're putting his hands over him, and he's like, ah!
Yeah.
It's like, dude,
It does.
It's a lot, though.
calm down. Sarah finds Matt collapsed on the floor, all alone in the den. She cradles him as wooden beams swing overhead, covered in flames, and a corpse crashes down from the open ceiling. It's like they were just stashing these things
Yeah.
everywhere.
They ran out of... There's one just with the lampshade on his head.
He's just been there the whole film.
That would be bullshit.
Yeah. It's like, come on, man. She cradles her son beneath a table against the wall as the fire burns, and we see momentarily that she's holding Jonah for some reason, only to be replaced once again by Matt. As the carved corpses gather around them, Sarah recites Psalm 23, and upon its completion, a tear streams down Matt's cheek as his heartbeat slows to a stop, and Sarah cries out as the music swells, "Please help my son." The spirits disappear as an angelic voice sings over the score, and the fire department arcs their hoses to put out the flames, breaking through the wall in the den to retrieve the mother and son, carrying Matt outside and placing him onto the lawn. Sarah clutches his hand as the paramedics gather around him, performing CPR as Sarah sobs. Peter stands breathless over his son as Popescu joins them, reciting a prayer. But in a quick flash of light, we find Matt walking through headstones of a cemetery, and off in the distance, he spies Jonah standing behind a tree, staring back at him, no longer scarred from burns. Matt hears his mother's voice calling for him, echoing through the ether and the bright haze of the graveyard, and suddenly, on the lawn, Matt coughs, life returning to him as a spirit rises from his lips, which only Popescu seems to notice, and as he turns his head, Jonah appears next to him, offering a slight nod. But as Matt is embraced by his parents and he catches his breath, he looks upward and only sees Popescu standing there, his eyes filled with tears under the shadowed brim of his hat as he smiles at the Campbell family. The camera rises above the chaotic scene as Wendy rushes over to her family, and Popescu disappears into the night as the fire department arcs water over the blaze. So Mr. Sinclair is gonna fucking kill this family.
Yeah. Well, I was like, Matt, you're in a lot of trouble when you wake up, dude.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're glad you're here and everything, but
Yeah.
shit, dude. It's gonna be some time to face.
Yeah.
I did obviously want to point out that in the real life quote unquote story, there was no fire, there was none of this stuff, there's no corpses in the walls, none of it. What happened, or so they claimed happened,
Yeah.
is the character, the real life person that is Matt, attacked his cousin and was removed from the house and put in the hospital. After this happens, the mother calls Ed and Lorraine Warren because she found an article about them in the paper.
Yeah.
This is when they get involved. They do all their stuff that they do. And they claim that they invited priests to the house to perform an exorcism. The first 2 priests ran out of the house, and the third priest finally performed it. And Lorraine talked about how it was so difficult to coordinate with the Catholic Church and to how hard they worked to get this church to help this family.
Yeah.
All of this stuff. After the exorcism, the house is clean, etc. Everything's done. I did read in People magazine from a article in the Hartford Courant from 1992. The local Roman Catholic Archdiocese said that no exorcism ever took place in this house.
Oh, wow.
So
Make it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
But make it scary.
Make it scary. Make it up. Make it scary.
So that's the quote unquote real story.
Okay.
All right. The movie's better.
Oh yeah. I will say. And it's so funny because in those interviews, like they had said, like, no, we there was an exorcism and there were tons of people there. And there were these priests and this group of people, etc., and they were all telling the same story. But then I did read online that apparently, and this is again allegedly, the Warrens were known for hiring people and dressing them as priests to pretend they were performing exorcisms. So it's very possible that maybe there was an exorcism at this house, but they never actually went through the Catholic Church.
But it was
Yeah.
for funsies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was all for show and all for fun.
Oh, that's not.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And fucking the mother of the family was in that documentary that's on the DVD.
Yeah.
And she was talking shit about Lorraine Warren. She said that the Warrens afterwards just went on to the next case and didn't give a shit about them for the rest of the time. Like it was just the next thing for them.
Wow.
And even Lorraine was like, yeah, we went on to the next case.
She's like, they're fine.
Yeah.
Trust me.
But yeah, it's wild when you start peeling back the layers of this onion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of darker stuff that was speculated about by a lot of people involved that I didn't even get into.
Yeah.
Because I don't know the veracity of any of it, but it is fucking disgusting and wild.
Yeah.
But Sarah returns in a voiceover, declaring that she doesn't care if anyone believes her, which is good. But she says that she knows what happened. She says the doctors and nurses know as well, and so does her family. As smoldering ash rides a current of water into the street, Sarah rejoices that her son is alive and well, and that's all that matters. As ashes collect in front of a storm drain, including what appears to be the remnants of a skull, Sarah says that they say God works in mysterious ways, but they don't always tell you just how mysterious those ways can be. She says that we should consider ourselves warned. Part of me feels like I think these visuals are effective. I think show them and then cut back to that documentary.
Yeah.
Show her in front of that window.
Because
Yeah.
when the voiceover starts, I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot that we were even doing that.
shit.
Yeah. But we cut to black with a thud, and we get on-screen text reading, Matt Campbell's cancer disappeared, and he made a full recovery. The Aikman house has been rebuilt, restored, and resold, and no subsequent occupants have complained of any disturbing manifestations. And then we get what might be the most frightening end credit sequence of all time. But the credits roll, and I have to ask the customary question. So, what did you guys think of The Haunting in Connecticut?
I do still believe that I do enjoy the movie. I know we pulled it apart a little bit here and there talking about it, but I do think that it is a good movie to sit there and just watch in its entirety instead of asking questions and like kind of, because I mean, we do, as we're watching it, we do notice just stuff that's happening that shouldn't be happening, or we're questioning things that they're doing for whatever reason, or why some things are, for, you know what I mean, without anything being explained. The movie, I do remember, of course, we all remember the ectoplasm scene. I remembered a lot of it. I didn't remember all of it. The ending, it's happy, but it's just very like, oh, okay, that was it. All right. Everything does kind of feel like they're just there. And I think you touched on it, T, at the beginning, where it kind of feels like there is something missing or there's something just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? I would still watch this, and I would even still recommend this. But I would go in saying, there is things that are probably going to be a little what? But I mean, just kind of take it for what it is. It's got good people in it. I mean, the story, obviously the real story, let's separate that. You know what I mean? And just stick to the movie.
Yeah.
But it's not too bad. I do feel, though, again, the momentum. You've got to watch it without stopping it or asking questions. Just kind of, just kind of watch it for what it is.
No, I totally agree. I was a little disappointed that it didn't hold up to what I thought in my head, just thinking about how I felt watching it, or because there are some really effective scares. There's some really cool imagery. Mm-hmm. But going through it, watching it now, and even talking about it with you guys, I am still left with questions. And kind of, I know that you said we are divorcing the real quote unquote story from the movie, but learning about some of that shit is appalling and wild as well.
Yeah.
But as for the film itself, I think that it's just, I want to say it's a good time because it is creepy. There are, like I said, some pretty good scares, but there is this emotional weight to it when you're dealing with themes of sickness and illness and, I mean, struggling financially and addiction and relapsing. Like, I think that they bit off more than they could chew in terms of really respecting the gravity of some of the very heavy themes that they chose to work with.
Yeah.
But I do like a lot of the visuals. The ectoplasm was cool. The bodies were really cool. Like I think T said earlier, I would have liked to see more of them if that much work went into them. Some of the performances were a little bit odd. In some moments they were really good. Some of the writing was a little odd. Mm-hmm. I feel like there were some missed opportunities, some like callbacks that could have been made that we figured out that it would have been cool if they figured out or ran with or whatever. Some disjointed scenes that seem to be misplaced within the final film. I don't know. This one is very odd because there are a lot of aspects that I like about it, but ultimately the way that I thought about it before, it did just fall a little flat in that comparison, I guess, in that regard.
Yeah, and I can't agree more with both of you. I feel like there's got to be a special place for it in the hearts of a lot of people if you watched it at a certain age. Mm-hmm. Because I feel like this is one of those films that you can return to that I could see being comfortable for a lot of people. For me, I think that we didn't watch it enough to obtain that comfort. And I think that returning to it now after all these years, it's exactly what you guys are saying. Like, we're just seeing all of these glaring, like, missed opportunities and inconsistencies and odd ways that the plot moves forward. That third act, I don't know what the hell they saw in that vision, but we didn't see that shit.
Yeah, really?
To come to any kind of conclusion like Reverend Popescu did.
Yeah.
And even so, I don't understand at what point we even decide that Jonah is a good dude.
Yeah.
Because he was there for all the carvings. He did the seances. It didn't seem like anything was against his will or against his choice.
Right.
No, and that's something that I didn't remember that way either.
Me neither. I didn't remember a little child medium being the key to all of this.
No.
At all.
Yeah.
I really didn't. I remembered. I honestly don't even think I remembered that. I think I just remembered it being like a mortuary situation.
Right.
And something with the son who had a second sight of some kind into it all.
Okay.
Well, I remembered the ectoplasm bit. So I thought it was like, but it, like, again, like he was being used for his power or something, which I think maybe is what we're supposed to think. I don't know. That did not come through for me.
Yeah.
Honestly, even through Wendy's research and explanation, it was just like they were like a duo, like a team.
Right.
They were working together and doing this. So, I mean, I don't know. And then, honestly, if it wasn't him doing bad things or he had good intentions in his heart, why is fucking Aikman like, they're after you now?
Yeah.
They already got my ass.
It is weird.
And they were.
Yeah.
They were. They're like, you're next, boy. And they chased him upstairs and burned him to death, dude.
So you did something.
There's something going on.
Because they were protecting Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know, man. But I think I want to, I guess we can just slide into ratings. I like the production design. I think a lot of things that they did with this house were neat and interesting. Though it was an existing location, I think they did some great work, especially in that basement set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that some of the cinematography was interesting. I don't think that, honestly, for a film like this, I think they could have gone a little more interesting with it.
Yeah.
And kind of played a little bit more with these two different worlds instead of just, oh, it's just always going to be sepia every time we're here.
Yeah.
You know? I did like this bit of history. I like the backstory. I think it works a lot better than what the Warrens' nephew shat out.
I would agree.
Yes.
For sure, I would agree with that.
So I think there are some improvements made to the story rather than what the quote-unquote true story was.
Without a
Right.
doubt.
I would have liked a lot more elements if we're going to enter with this conceit of a frame documentary. Let's continue.
Yeah.
You know, and honestly, that might have helped a little bit too if Sarah is filling in some of the blanks
Yes.
Yeah.
that don't get filled in just through watching the story.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know. I liked the score as well. I thought the music was pretty great in some parts.
Yeah.
But I think that, I mean, they really missed a lot of opportunities to really capitalize on the emotional weight of this story. And that montage is just so strange. And it's so like cloyingly attempting to be very heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't hit for me. And I don't know if it is those performances or if it's just like you're trying too hard.
Yeah.
Maybe set up these characters a little better and we understand more the connections between them.
I think
Yeah.
it's that because you're dealing with this devastating scenario and that's it. It's lazy to not work any harder than that.
Yeah.
Right.
Than to just be like, this is a real life thing that's tragic and devastating. Here, don't you want to cry?
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's lazy.
It is. And honestly, in that way, it does kind of work like an episode of A Haunting.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get all this character development and
True.
Yeah, you really aren't.
you know, so it just, I feel like there were ways that they should have capitalized on that and they could have improved more.
Yeah.
And we got to talk about these jump scares.
Yeah.
It was a very similar scare over and over again.
Mhm.
I am susceptible to loud noises. And so a lot of times I would jump, but I'm like, that is not effective and it doesn't take skill to do that.
Yeah.
If I am talking at a normal volume and I suddenly yell at you, you might jump.
You're going to get startled. Yeah.
I'm not creative. I'm not talented. I just yelled at you.
Yeah.
You know, so it does get a little frustrating when it's the same thing over and over again. And all of these ghosts that people are seeing in the house, I understand when Sarah sees the carved up corpse.
Yeah.
But who the hell did Wendy see in her room at the door?
Yeah. I
have no
don't
idea.
know.
Was that one of the seance attendees?
Could have been.
Just going to shrug it off.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
And the breaking of its own rules. You know, Popescu and Matt, they're like, we're seeing these things because we're on death's door.
Yeah.
But then everyone starts seeing things.
Well, they unlocked it.
But before they unlocked it,
Yeah.
if you had it where people start seeing things after we remove Jonah from the premises,
Right. Right.
Yeah.
only,
Okay.
You're totally
Fantastic.
right.
Yeah.
and even so, if we do that, then it makes it to where maybe that is with the 24 and 48 hour thing.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Because it was so odd to have all these ghostly sightings and then Peter comes home and he does his thing on the same night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's just too much shit happening at one time.
Yeah.
So just split it up and make it make sense. Make it make sense is really the thing.
Make it up.
Make it up.
Yeah.
Make it scary.
And yeah, as you said, you know, real quote unquote story aside, judging this film on what it is, I feel like I have a score in mind, and I feel like I'm good with it. So out of 10 cryptically carved corpses, I am going to give The Haunting in Connecticut 5 cryptically carved corpses out of 10. I think that not capitalizing on all the things that they could and really fleshing out these characters and giving you people to feel emotionally connected to, it ends up being, in my opinion, kind of the middle of the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I will now open the floor to you.
Like I said before, I have watched this movie a few times. I wouldn't say that it's like my favorite or anything, but I do remember watching this after I got home on DVD, and I was like, man, this is pretty cool. Not watching it for so long and then like revisiting it, it does, like almost with anything, if you look too far, it's going to kind of ruin it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be honest, this did kind of ruin a little bit of the movie for me. But I do still feel like, and I think it is that there is, I don't want to say there's no heart in the movie, because you are giving us these moments. You are giving us these times where it's like, oh, the fucking sign says clap or applause or whatever. So it's like, oh, I get it. I'm supposed to be sad here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm supposed to be afraid right here. I'm like, I get it. And I do feel like in that sense, it does do what it's supposed to do. But I don't enjoy the way they did it with, if you do stop and think about it. If you are stopping and you're just like, wait a minute, that makes no fucking sense, it is going to hurt the movie for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just watching it, it's like, oh no, this is crazy shit's happening. Oh my God, this poor family. Oh, this poor boy. Oh, this and that. Oh shit, they're going through it. It does happen in a way that, I'll be honest, I don't want to say I wish it happened faster, but I think the fact that we don't get a lot of time with these characters makes the movie feel a little longer than what it is.
Yeah.
And it hurts the pacing of it, especially like you're saying on that third act, because we don't have a time frame of when this is happening, all these events. We just know that it's happening back to back. And then you're right, when Wendy is there, the light is coming through the window. Then she takes the trash, it's night. Is this happening the next day? Has a full day passed in between? Has like, what does this mean?
And Matt's wounds.
Yeah. I took that to mean like they were figuring it out, so the wounds were like dissipating.
Okay,
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but
You're being generous, Marvin.
yeah, but we don't know that.
No, we don't.
We don't know any of that. If we would have even just got a little bit of lore with that.
Yeah.
I know we got the whole scene in the library and whatever, but maybe give us more of that. Maybe instead of showing us the dad freak out, if he didn't need to be an alcoholic or even need to be there, make him. They do it all the time with kids in movies. They're there for a second and then they're just gone.
Yeah.
And there's no questions. Have him do that then and give us more lore or more time to discover other stuff, or to be with these characters to give a shit about when stuff does happen. It does have weight, but it's not heavy. So it is like, oh, I can bear this. I'm not going to cry, even though I know this is sad. Oh, that was scary, but it doesn't feel like you earned it because it's cheap.
Yeah.
So it is weird, this movie, because I do feel like I would still watch it. But at the same time, it's like, I know I have to watch it in its entirety, or I might as well just start it over. But I like you said, T, there is a lot of good. You know what I mean? I do obviously remember it. The visuals, the music, all that. I would just be repeating it. You know what I mean? But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, cryptically carved corpses, I'm going to give The Haunting in Connecticut a 6.5 out of 10. I do still like the movie. But again, I know if I stop, even if I pause to go pee, the whole movie's ruined. As I just start the fucking thing over.
Don't think while you're peeing.
Yeah.
That's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I think, again, I already said what I liked. I already said what I didn't like. I think that anything would be kind of beating a dead horse, just repeating myself. But yeah, it is still a fun watch. I just think that some things were poorly handled. I think that the writing wasn't the best that I've ever experienced. The performances aren't the best that I've seen of certain actors.
No.
So I don't really understand what happened. But in other scenes, I don't feel that way. It's just, I think inconsistent maybe is a good word.
Yeah. And as well as inconsistent is the dropping of plot points.
Yeah.
With Matt being evil for a second, and then the next
And then
scene he's fine.
Yeah. It makes you feel a little confused. And I think maybe like just to piggyback on what you were saying about like not fucking with the momentum, maybe if you are engrossed and you're just letting it carry you away, which obviously must have been how I felt when I first watched it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You don't feel that. You don't notice that. But when you are like, the point is to be critical and kind of analytical, it hurts it a lot.
Yeah.
But I would watch this again, like you said, if we're just playing it.
Yeah.
We're not looking for anything deeper than a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Some cool visuals, good score, decent performances overall. Just a fun time. That's it.
Yeah.
But it did include a research scene.
It did.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, cryptically carved corpses, I gave The Haunting in Connecticut 6 out of 10 cryptically carved corpses. Had a research scene.
Yeah.
You got to give it some credit.
I got to give it something.
Make it up.
Make it scary.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate The Haunting in Connecticut, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, while it's important to make sure that your house has good bones, it's even more crucial to ensure that it doesn't have bad ones. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo, yeah.
Great work. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers, ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr,
Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnet 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit,
Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sonny Jonas, Carrie Ahern, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, Robin, The Face Flowers, and JG. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all. We love each and every one of you. And we know that if we didn't tell you how much we appreciated you, it would come back to haunt us.
Aww.
Yeah, it's romantic, but it's also...
Yeah, like in that house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not romantic.
Kind of.
It's platonic.
sweet.
I'm a married man. Until next time.